never seen them swim away so fast. It's kind of... It's interesting to see. He's not happy. I'm gonna just kind of push him back to shore. Yeah, that rat. It's a raven. The transition of whales from land to water is pretty well documented, and it's getting better and better every single year. The evolution of whales is a truly fascinating period in the history of life on Earth. It's such a cool example of how paleontology works, you know? If you paid $27 million for a dinosaur skeleton, you are getting played. They're not worth that much. I mean, like, this took a few $1,000s to dig up, and then, you know, a few thousand more to prep and to store and to clean and, you know, consolidate, like all the other stuff. You're dealing with probably less than $100,000, being generous. Yeah. So if you had even $1 million, you could go out and find 5 T-Rexes like this and dig them up, put them on display, whatever you want. So if you buy a dinosaur like that, you are getting ripped off. What side of the mosasaur debate are you on? More closely related to monitor lizards or snakes?
I don't think we have enough data to say.
Interesting. Okay.
So, get a lot of entertainment watching the two sides argue about it. I mean, yeah.
What would you like to help settle that?
More
controversy?
I would say more lizards from the early Cretaceous and early late Cretaceous.
Yeah.
That's our sweet spot. We need more coastal Aptian Albion into the earliest Cenomanian.
Okay.
Yeah. We need more lizard fossils that are in probably in coastal environments, but you know, just filling out you know, the record of lizards, and I think that would help. And yeah, I mean, that's always the answer with paleontology. We just need more fossils.
Yeah. Lovely Lake Tahoe. I'm on the California side right now. Let me kind of turn this around so I can give you your bearings. So right now we're standing on the north shore of Lake Tahoe. There is the south shore. Way down there, that's South Lake Tahoe. That's west, that's the west shore. This is the California side over here. And that over there, off in the distance, those mountains are in Nevada. So A, is evolution A, the metamorphosing of animals as they grow and develop? B, creatures growing better adapted to their environments through their lifetimes? C, change in a lineage of organisms over multiple generations? Or D, if humans evolved from monkeys, then why are there still monkeys? For long after you're gone, is to take that money that you would have probably way overpaid to buy a dinosaur fossil somewhere. Don't do that. Fund some dinosaur research. Fund an expedition. Use that money to find new dinosaurs. And if you're lucky, they will name one of those after you. And you'll be remembered forever. That's my advice.
5 meters high at the shoulder, roaming Eurasia from Romania to China at the end of the Oligocene epoch, long after.
How those giant mammals, look how cute they are. Oh my, just adorable. Just look, we want to pinch its little perissodactyl cheeks right there. Paraceratherium. I mean, that's cute, you know? Yeah, the largest mammal to ever walk the earth. Yeah, a pocket pet. There you go, Orchestran. Yeah. And Little Pig Pony says, I just got off work, now I'm off for the next 4 days. Well, he's a funny kid. I remember at one point, I asked him how old he thought I was for some reason. I don't remember how it came up. And he looks at me and he's like, nah. He goes, 89. 89. I'm like, you think I'm 89 years old? And he's like, you have a beard. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
Big mastodon butt.
from Cosmo Magazine. Really? Cosmopolitan Magazine was reporting on... Oh, Cosmos. Never mind. 10 sizzling ways to please the pterosaur in your life. Different Cosmo Magazine.
Certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Harry.
Is that a Brachiosaurus sauropod?
It is indeed. And that's so cool. She says sauropod when you put the sauropod emoji in there. Oh, that makes me happy. That's really cool. Harry, this is indeed, yeah, a plastic Brachiosaurus. And, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we're talking about sauropods today. So this just arrived on Friday, and I'm excited about it, so,
Oh, looks like a hard-shell turtle over.
hard-shell turtle. A coloniid, as we say in the biz. As we say in the biz. Chat. I'm becoming a turtle person. Hi there, pal.
A good day? I'm having a good day. Sorry we're making so much noise over here in your home. You know, these folks will be gone in about a week and a half. I'll be gone tomorrow morning, so you won't have to worry about me trudging around up here anymore. But, you are beautiful. Look at you. Very nice. So this is a relic that we were talking about earlier. So it's also a squamate, a lizard. So those giant sea reptiles evolved from something not too different from who you're seeing right
50 or 60 days we were out in the field this summer. And, hey, how's it going? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, come on in.
You're in the museum, and I never get to watch you. And
Really?
I typed in your chat and said I never get to watch you because
I saw you, Becky Said?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm in the
Okay.
UK. Yeah.
Yeah.
My moderator absolutely loves you, and he's on like the mountain time, so he gets to watch you.
Awesome.
So could I have a photo? With you?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Good to meet you too.
Is this your stream? Are you live now?
We are, yeah.
He's
Yeah.
probably watching right now.
Oh, really?
I wanna
Very,
see.
very cool.
He's probably watching.
Can we get a shout out for Becky Saif as well?
Yes, there we
Yeah.
go. Yeah. Thank you. He will. Oh, he'll be so like he'll be happy and he'll be jealous. I know. But I never get to watch you because you come on at like 10 p.m.
Yeah.
in the UK.
I'm thinking about maybe doing a schedule change starting an hour.
Like, worldview on a foundation of sand, you know? Like, if all of your faith is tied to this idea that the Earth is less than 10,000 years old, you're setting yourself up for failure. Because we know for a fact that is not the case. So, yeah, it's a losing proposition. Like, don't sabotage yourself like that. Oh boy. Anywho. Yeah. And, Waffle House is the stuff on the wall to become a paleontologist is to start working in a museum. If you have a museum near where you live, try to start working in that museum. Whether it's as a volunteer, or even a custodian, or whatever you can do to put yourself in that museum and start talking to scientists, start talking to other paleontologists. Become involved in the museum there, and that can be your fast track to a career in paleontology. That is what I started doing when I was in high school. I was, I think, 14 years old when I started working at the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. Here I am working on
You're wandering around, Danny, keeping out for my baseball cap. It disappeared during Dust Devil. Oh, there it is. Wow, you're good, man. Ask and you shall receive.
Thanks, Don. Yeah.
I looked all around it. There.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah, it was serious.
Yeah.
Spot.
Oh, can we take a look at Don's running shirt of the day?
Oh, yeah.
This is our running series. Don's running shirt of the day.
That's just a squatter's ale.
Give it your all.
Kids don't turn 37. Make good choices.
He says you walk away with big handprints on your butt.
Yeah.
Some vertebrae that are very clearly from a theropod dinosaur, and they look different enough from all other theropods that they decided to give it a new name. It's that simple. Yeah, through careful comparison with the vertebrae of other theropod dinosaurs, these authors concluded that it's something new. So yeah. And again, this is kind of a hypothesis. It could very well be demonstrated that they were incorrect about that. We'll have to see. I guess time will tell. Look at that sorry brush. Holy cow.
This is what they're supposed to look like.
It's got a nice haircut. Yeah.
Pack rats got in and ate it all.
Hire him as my barber.
Oh. Yeah, look at all this loose fur. Whoa. Minnie, careful. She just straight up fell off the desk. Mini pod. But maybe not for Procompsognathus, but for Compsognathus, for Spuriamimus, Juravenator, Sinosauropteryx, that little critter we were just looking at. Sinosauropteryx with the counter shading and the raccoon or red panda kind of coloration there. It could be that this little dinosaur is just a baby.
Watch out, Fisher, you're close to them.
Was there anything put in that scoop?
I don't believe so. No frags or anything. Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Some progress there. He's kind of our dinosaur ambassador here at Twitch for the weekend. And yeah, teaching people about how these animals had feathers.
Yeah. Dude, guys, you gotta have to follow this. This is one of my favorite ASMR channels. You learn a lot of stuff just in the daytime when you're working. Oh my god.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank
I love
you.
it, yeah.
And there you go, Mayor Space. It's true. Yeah. If you can't lead a gift horse to water under a bridge, a 5-year-old doesn't understand it with 2 birds and 1 stone. Exactly, Mayor Space. It's exactly what I mean. Yeah. And you know what? That's fair. I don't have a horse in that fight. You know? And far be it for me to punch a gift horse in the mouth. Not gonna do it. It used to be the dinosaur with the shortest name back in the 1990s. But nowadays we've got dinosaurs with even shorter names. May kind of took the cake. M-E-I, 3 letters. And then we had Cole, K-O-L. And now we have E, which is Y-I. And we'll probably never have a shorter dinosaur name than that, unless somebody names one after Prince with the little symbol. And you could have the dinosaur formerly known as Prince. But I think the ICZN might frown upon that. I think we have to use proper Latin characters for dinosaurs, or any other animal being named. Ago. I don't know if any of you here in chat were here for that. Mayor of Space might be one of the only ones. But yeah, got a little USB earthquake. Holy cow! Earthquake. There's an earthquake happening. It's still going. Oh man. It's still going.
That's geology for you. That's geology, baby. Oh man, we live on a planet that is very much in motion in many ways. My heart's pounding right now. Yeah. Let's.
Forgot to ask.
Yeah.
What is the inspiration for Delia's coloration?
For her coloration, that is an excellent question. Yeah. So I like the color orange on dinosaurs. I think it looks cool. But also, we've actually been able to figure out the coloration for a few different dinosaurs by finding melanosomes, which are, well, they're like basically color things inside of cells. We can tell what color certain dinosaurs were, and for a few of them that we figured out, they are orange and brown on top and then white underneath. And so it just kind of made sense as a color pattern. We don't know for Velociraptor in particular, but for some other meat-eating dinosaurs, we figured it out, and it's orange and white and brown. So it's made.
This is on the mammal part of the family tree. So anyway, as these animals evolve and they get closer and closer to mammals, these bones here in the back of the jaw get shunted further and further back until they become part of the inner ear. So like, if you go like this, stick your finger right about here, and then open and close your jaw, you can kind of feel your jaw joint right there, right? So up here, at the end of your jaw, in our ancestors, these were separate bones that were part of the jaw like this. But over time, they got shunted further and further back, and then eventually they made their way up, and now they're part of the inner ear. They're not part of the lower jaw at all anymore. Those are the bones that we used to hear with. Like that. Like I showed you in the clip. For the benefit of science, for the benefit of humanity, you know? I have no interest in keeping the dinosaurs that I find, and all the stuff that you see behind me, these are all 3D prints. These aren't real fossils. These I have for teaching purposes. The real fossils, as we always say, where does that belong?
That belongs in a museum.
It's true. Yeah, because...
And Rabid Scotsman says about the bite marks, wouldn't an intense drought kill off most of the predators looking to eat those corpses? I guess that still leaves carrion birds. Well, there weren't carrion birds at the time. There were no vultures during the Cretaceous period. You might have had pterosaurs flying in, you know, those relatives of dinosaurs, the winged reptiles, pterosaurs. And they wouldn't leave tooth marks on the bones. Interesting. Yeah. I wonder if anybody's ever really published on that, on feeding traces, or lack thereof, from pterosaurs. That's an interesting thought. You could have a scenario in which pterosaurs are...
I was gonna say that, but then I was like second-guess myself, but I'm pretty sure that they are.
Oh, there's a big old lizard over there. Who is that? Just walking across the path, kind of slowly.
Is there evidence of dino shapes defined by the plants in the area, like finch beaks?
Huh. Yeah. You want to grow up to be Mini Pie? Funny, because you're about the same age. Yeah. He says, look at me. I am the streamer now. I am the streamer now. Aw, sweetie pie.
But yeah, and Grammar Nerd says, thoughts on geology in relation to dinosaurs. It's offered as a course at a university I might switch to. Geology is maybe the most important thing that you can study if you want to get into fossil science. Paleontology itself is kind of a weird amalgam of biology and geology. I'm a little bit more on the biological side of things, but many of the best paleontologists I know started off as geologists, started off in geology, and geology is extraordinarily important to fossil science. So like here, the only reason that we're working here at this site right now is because this valley was basically discovered by a geologist here in Utah, and he reported that there were fossils that had come out of here. and he reported, on the age of the fossils and everything else. And then about 20 years ago, something like that, Don and Jim started working out here. And anyway, you can't understand really anything about the fossils unless you understand the geology, unless you understand the rocks in which they come from.
There we go. Sorry. Had to restart the microphone there real quick. It's a live broadcast. Anything can happen. I was saying, if you happen to be here right now, consider yourself lucky. We're here for the very first episode in our new series, The Fossil Finders, with the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. I'm going to be interviewing Dr. Cary Woodruff of the Frost Science Museum in Miami, Florida. He's an old colleague and friend of mine from Montana. We've dug up some dinosaurs together in the past, and we're going to be talking about fieldwork, talking about his experiences in the field, talking about a little bit about his research on sauropods and pachycephalosaurs, with a heavy emphasis on doing stuff out on the field. It's going to be a ton of fun. And if any of you are here for the very first time, I'll repeat this whole spiel. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So, talking about fossils, talking about dinosaurs in particular. Dinosaurs are what I happen to study and publish on and dig up during the summers. I spent 11 weeks in the field this year, live streaming almost every day. This is the best way that I know of for doing science outreach, for reaching out to the public, giving you an inside peek into how paleontology really works. All that good stuff, That's why I came up with that name, Paleontologizing. I'm trying to make the point that science, paleontology in particular, it's not just a subject. It's not a dry accumulation of facts. It's not like a book sitting up on a dusty shelf somewhere. Paleontology is a process. It's something that we do. It's something that is ongoing. It's changing all the time. It's an action that we perform. Hence, paleontologizing. So since we're here on Twitch, this is an interactive broadcast. You can type there into the chat and also tell me if the microphone is off, like you just did. Thank you. Yeah. You can ask questions live. You can share your enthusiasm. You can challenge me on what I'm saying. If I make a mistake or something. There are people here in the chat. We have everybody in the audience, from people who have absolutely zero background in science to people who are professional, tenured professors in paleontology. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do a live paleontology show like this 4 days a week and try and make it accessible to people of all ages, backgrounds, level of expertise, everything else. But I'm incredibly lucky to be able to do this as my full-time job. Believe it or not, this is how I make my living, is streaming here on Twitch. And as far as I know, I'm the first fossil scientist who's has ever done that. And it's a tremendous honor to be able to do this kind of outreach full time and share fossil science with all of you. So that's what we're going to be doing today when we bring Cary on, and oh man, I can't wait. It's going to be really good. So yeah, and Patrick Pirate, great to see you back again, 3rd day in a row. I'm glad you finally have some time to breathe. It's not easy being a scientist, making ends meet. You're doing the thing, and glad to have you here, Patch. Also, I see Claire Burr there. How are you doing, Claire? Hope you're having an excellent day. Charlie's Dragon, thank you for all of your mod help as well. Wonderful to see you as always. Golganek, howdy howdy. I saw at the very beginning we had, I think, Kodali and Matt M33. Always here bright and early. Appreciate you both. Lenina, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Thank you for all of your mod work too.
But the paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Sarah Starlight, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Fake.0, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Marcy Walks Dogs. Nelf Petrodactylus says Minmai is my favorite dinosaur name. I was hanging out yesterday with, I think, one of the authors on that original paper for Minmai Paravertebra. I think Ralph is one of the authors on that. Yeah, Molnar, he is the author on that paper. Ralph Molnar. He gave me a book recommendation yesterday at the seminar in Berkeley. A book that I just ordered this morning. There's Ralph right there. We sat in the front row of the seminar together. It was really funny where Ralph goes, Danny, I think you might be interested in a book that I am reading right now. Let me share it with you. Ralph is very professorial in his manner. And I said, holy cow, I happen to be reading a book by the same author at this very moment. There. So I proceeded to pull this out of my bag. Voyage of the Turtle by Carl Safina. So yeah. Anyway, Ralph named Minmai Paravertebra. I think he may have also named Kunbarasaurus. So he's an expert on ankylosaur dinosaurs. Armored dinosaurs. And, yeah, anyway, good guy. That's cool that Minmai is one of your favorite dinosaurs. It's your favorite dinosaur name. It's named after Minmai Crossing in Queensland. Let's see.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting PaleoMom357. That's my mother right there. How you doing, Mom? Glad you got a gift sub. No ads for you for the next one. Thank you, anonymous user. Anonymous gifter, you are as generous as you are mysterious. Yeah, Minmai Paravertebra. The generic name, at the time the shortest name of a Mesozoic dinosaur, refers to Minmai Crossing. The meaning of Minmai itself is uncertain. It refers to a large lily in the local Aboriginal language.
It was like you go to the shoe store and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it was like all the fossils back there. It was pretty sick.
That's pretty sick. Tactical Sponge, thank you for the 58 months of support.
Paleo dance, paleo dance, paleo dance.
Thank you, Tactical Sponge, for keeping me here online. Past 58 months. Holy cow. Yeah. Anyhow, I'm getting distracted. Petrodactylus. Like that.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Lenina, for those 100 bits. Excellent. Who else have we got in the chat? Taxdu and Jazzy Cat, DeRozan and Brianna Sings, Gay Hibiscus, and Otter Do It. How are you doing, Otter? Welcome, welcome. Danish Viking and Keladon K, Mechaholic. Let's see. Dark Muppeteer. What a crap. Your name always makes me smile, Dark Muppeteer. Crimson Carnotaurus. Hello, hello.
Playing tag with you,
Welcome, welcome, Ariana Celestine, and thank you for the 100 bits there. We got a hype train going. Beautiful. Appreciate your support. It's the reason I can do this full time. Crimson says, let's see, we have a Diplodocus skull, and is the one on the left also Diplodocus? Yes, indeed, we have Dippy's skull here, the famous Diplodocus. Partly sculpted, actually. long story. And then a juvenile Diplodocus skull, also partly sculpted. But, good stuff. Our interviewee today, Cary Woodruff, his social media handle on a lot of different profiles, or a lot of different platforms, is Double Beam. That's in reference to Diplodocus's name.
Playing tag with you, Iguanodon.
And Golganek, thank you for the 100 bits there. Appreciate that. So yeah, in a little under an hour, we're going to be interviewing Cary Woodruff, an old friend and colleague of mine from Montana. He now is a curator of a museum in Miami, Florida. It's going to be good. I can't wait. I knew he'd be a perfect inaugural interviewee. And we'll be doing this for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, which is an organization which is near and dear to my heart. I've been a member of SVP for, I want to say, since like senior year of high school. Yeah, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology is the big professional organization that that we belong to and support as vertebrate paleontologists, most of us at least, when we can afford membership. I'll pull up a video that I'll show you in a little bit. There we go. Nice. But here, I gotta catch up the chat. I'm way behind. Wombat Hole, Charlie's Dragon, Alexano. Hey, how are you doing, Alexano? Welcome, welcome. Alessandro, I saw your Blue Sky DM. I need to reply to it. I've been so busy. But yeah, we covered your paper the other day, and congrats on that, by the way. Really exciting stuff. I'm excited to talk to you about this at the SVP meeting in a few weeks. Good stuff. And Claire Burr, it's okay that you've been away. I understand you're busy. You got a life. Hope you're doing well, Claire. And Minmai is how it's pronounced. I didn't know that until I met Ralph Molnar. I'd been saying Minmi my whole life up until that point. But yeah. And is that Bob in the picture on the wall? It is indeed. That is Bob Harmon there. Cary and I are going to talk about him a bit during the interview. But yeah, that is big paleo salute to Bob Harmon there. Jack Horner's right-hand man in the field, the lab manager, and just force of nature in the field, Bob Harmon. We'll be talking about him too during my interview with Cary. What else have we got in the chat? I don't beat games. Hello to you. Welcome. Murph, what's shaking with you, Murph? Always good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Dinodax, hello. And thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for those 5 gift subs. Extraordinary. I really appreciate that.
Those 5 gift subs.
Excellent. 5 lucky chatters won't have to worry about watching a single ad for the next 30 days. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Again, you are as generous as you are mysterious. Who is this Anonymous Gifter? You've already given several gift subs. Not just those 5, but a few earlier than that. And I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah. Min-Mai Cooper, Min-Mai Pie. Yeah. And never knew Dippy was in Berlin, says Silvo Trode. I just know that the eye-catching Brachiosaurus is a composite of like 4 to 5 individuals, something like that, yeah. It's a bit creepy. No, I mean, that's how they used to do it all the time. That's how commercial groups still do it. Silvo Trode, yeah. And I don't beat games. You're probably talking about the shoebill, right? Some people like to say shoebill stork, but they're not storks. Yeah. Here, check it out from Animal Logic here.
And the awesome thing is, they actually are dinosaurs.
Yep. All birds are dinosaurs. But the shoebill really makes it obvious,
I'm Danielle, and you're watching Animal Logic. Shoebills, like all birds, are modern dinosaurs within
Yep.
the clade aviale in Dinosauria. But more
Yes,
so
indeed.
than other birds, shoebills really look the part. They get their name from their almost comically oversized shoe-like bill. The rest of their body is also really strange, looking like a hodgepodge of different creatures. They have very ostrich or cassowary-like legs, a stork-like body, and a
Little
squarish
thinner
head
than
that
an
looks
ostrich
like it might belong on a dollar bird, but with the flair of a mandarin duck. And their call? Well, the word jackhammer comes to mind.
Yeah.
Shoebills are the
That's
only
so
member
cool.
of their genus, and the only other members of their family are hammercops. They are
Yep.
also super weird looking and are named as such because they're essentially hammerhead birds. While people often call
So shoebills are a member of Pelecanophories. I'll show you on our tree of life here. So they are related to pelicans. Oh, and hello, sweetie pie. Here, we'll go back here in a second. Well, let me just show you real quick, and then we'll attend to our landlord here. Pelicans, shoebill, and hammercop. These are... Well, there's Pelecaniformes. There we go. Yeah. So pelicans, hammercop, shoebill, and there's this family, which includes the hammercop and the shoebill. What do you think, sweetie pie? You think that's pretty cool? Yeah. And Michael F01, thank you for the 26 months of support. Hey, I really appreciate that.
Ontogeny.
We'll probably be talking a bit about ontogeny today with regard to pachycephalosaurs and sauropods. But yeah. And you are totally right there. I don't beat games. The shoebill's scientific name is Rad, yes, Belanoceps rex. The name means, what is it, whale jaws? King? So the king of the whale jaws, is that right? That's a pretty cool name, don't you think? Yeah. Oh, yeah. But yeah. Not short for Shoe William Silvotrode, but good guess. Yeah. Void Between, hello to you. Welcome, welcome. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Did you come up here for treats or mostly for attention? Huh? What's your deal today, huh? Oh. Drooling all over my fingers. That is gross. That is gross. Unsanitary. It is B-Rex, yeah. But not the B-Rex that is named after Bob Hartman. Yeah.
Ontogeny.
That today too. Anyway, Bob Barker, there you go, HT, yeah. Do you want some treats? Is that what you want? What's up here? Some of these? Ah. Good stuff. There we go. Yep, gotta pay rent there, Anakin Gabriel. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Oh, don't tell me you're done. Look at all these. No? You're all done? Look at how wet This is so gross, sweetie pie. There's drool all over the desk. Look. And here comes Mini Pie, too. Hello, Mini Pie. Are we gonna get 2 cats at once? Hey, Minnie. There's treats up here. Hey. Ooh. What's going on, Mini Pie? You wanna come up here? All right. Gonna pretend like I'm ignoring her. That's the key to getting a cat to approach you. You have to ignore them. You know? I don't even see you, Mini Pie. I don't know where you are. I don't even know you exist right now. You know? Are you going to approach? Because I'm aloof and oblivious. Here, let's keep looking at shoebills and what they're related to, shall we? Okay, clearly I do not have the patience of a domestic cat. So, well, where are you going, sweetie pie? Okay. Anyway, there we go. How are you doing, Minnie? Hi. She's like, oh, look at this. It smells like sweetie spit. Oh, you're gonna eat it anyway. Okay. Excellent. Yeah. Maybe we'll have a moon pie appearance today too. Who knows? Maybe we'll get super lucky, and we'll have a cat trick. 3 cats in one stream. But anywho, how are you doing, Mini Pie? Another one of my landlords here. Yeah. There we go. You could do it. There you go. Well done. Yeah. Anywho, never a dull moment here. Paleontologizing. What are you doing with your mouth? What's that about? He's gonna leave a mess there? Of course you are. Whoever said that cats were clean creatures, I don't know. I've cleaned up so many messes made by cats over the years. Probably more so than dogs, if I'm being honest. I always try to be honest. You know? Clean but sloppy. There you go, Claire. Yeah. I actually am going to clean this up because this is really gross. There's just a ton of cat saliva all over the desk. Here, let's continue with shoebills for a minute while I'm doing that.
Shoebill storks, they're actually more closely related to herons, ibises, and pelicans, and their only confirmed ancestor is Golithia, a giant bird who measured over 2 meters tall. Shoebills are endemic to eastern Africa and live in swamps from Sudan to Zambia, though some vagrants have been spotted as far west as the Congo River. Shoebills are quite large. Adults can reach well over 1 meter in height, and the tallest one ever found measured 152 centimeters tall.
Holy cow.
About up to here.
It's like 5 feet.
In order to carry their large bodies, they have huge wings, measuring from 230 to 260 centimeters wide. LeBron James, for comparison, has an arm span of 218 centimeters, quite a bit less than an adult shoebill. These massive wings are great for soaring, and because of their large size, they flap their wings much slower than most other species of bird, only flapping them about 150 times a minute. Despite their large stature, they...
Patrick Pirate says, if I die petting a bird as tall as me, so be it. You know, I think that's a healthy attitude to take, you know? Yeah. And Silvo Trode says, you got a 3D printer, right? I'm not telling. Who said that? Who said I got a 3D printer? Could you design a Spinosaur toy classic with dimensions that are totally off in a fun way? Would it hurt your science heart too much? I did design a baryonyx at one point. Let me, see if I can find that real quick, actually. Should be my 3D printing folder. I also have a printed one, but it's put away in a drawer somewhere, and I don't really want to go tracking it down at the moment. Where is that? Drat. I don't know where I put it, but anyway. Yeah, I've done it before. Yeah, and I'm actually working on printing some things for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology auction right now. In fact, let's talk about that, shall we? I'll give you a link so you can watch the rest of the shoe bill video if you would like to on your own time. Bookmark it for a later date if you'd like. There you go. But yeah, in next week, I'm going to be leaving for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. So, it's beginning of November. Here we go. I think it's Friday I leave for SVP. I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks. Because I'm going to be attending not just the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, but a special field trip before, a special field trip after the meeting. Consider it professional development for what I do here on Twitch, and also for my scientific career, but you know. So yeah, it is going to be a ton of fun, and I will be crossing the pond for the first time, actually. Alexander Morrison. I've never actually been to the UK before, so it will be my first time. And the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology is, well, here. It's this. Here. So I guess this has been uploaded by a guy who did a video project for SVP as like a video editor, and so this is part of his like portfolio. But anyway, you know this guy. Someday he might play Don DeBlue in a made-for-TV movie about paleontological fieldwork. But it's Sam Waterston, exactly, Claire. Here, check it out.
Hello, I'm Sam Waterston.
See?
I'm here to applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists as they reveal the evidence for environmental change, adaptation, and extinction.
Yep.
This is a rare opportunity to view the inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
It's a little goofy.
What they do, why what they do is important for science and society.
Yeah.
That is to say, what their work means for us. And now let's join the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Oh boy.
Hi, my name is Louis Jacobs, and I'm one of 2,300 vertebrate paleontologists from 54 countries that belong to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Because we study fossils, especially dinosaurs, we capture the imagination of children.
Yep.
And that makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science. Here are some of the faces of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology today.
I'm Mike Novacek.
我叫罗泽西.
Jack Horner, ditch digger.
My old boss.
Glorified ditch digger.
Jack was also Cary Woodruff's boss, so Cary did his master's degree under Jack Horner, and we'll probably tell some stories about Jack on today's interview too.
Anne Schulp van het Natuurhistorisch Museum Maastricht.
Bob Bakker.
Claudia Marcicano, la Universidad de Buenos Aires.
Eu sou Otávio Mateus, da Universidade Nova de Lisboa.
Jennifer Bertha Brink.
I'm Paul Sereno.
John A. Wilson. I'm 92 years old.
Tyler Leeson. I'm 24 years old.
Each year, vertebrate paleontologists from all over the world gather at the annual meeting to share new knowledge and ideas.
Yep, so this is where I'm going to be for 2 weeks. So I apologize for not streaming during that time. I'm going to see if I can figure out how to post in Twitch stories and do that about as regularly as is feasible. While I'm gone for, again, 2 weeks. But know that I'm doing important stuff attending this meeting.
There were 655 presentations at the 2007 meeting.
There's Tynalophus. There's the tubercle that lies above the mandibular canal. And let me now show you...
And I love how in 2007, this must have been cutting-edge stuff, having, like, a rotating 3D model scanned from a fossil like this. Nowadays, this is pretty standard, but, you know, people would have been blown away by this at the time, you know? Yeah.
Cross-sections of this. Here's a cutaway view.
An Ego-Fall machine, yeah.
And we're passing from front to back. You see the tooth roots going by. Here is the mandibular canal. Look at the size of this thing. This is all mandibular canal here. And here it exits beneath the big tubercle at the back of the jaw.
And I guess that was the finale they wanted to end on there. Good stuff. But yeah, and any chance you get to go on that Jurassic... Yeah, Alexander Morrison, I'm going down to Lyme Regis. Yeah, that's the field trip before the meeting. So I'll be visiting the Jurassic Coast, probably doing some fossil collecting. It's gonna be a ton of fun. See if I can see that statue of Mary Anning there. Take a picture with her, and maybe see if I can do a 3D scan of the statue, because it'd be awesome to 3D print her for our next Mary Anning birthday stream. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, keep an eye out for Twitch stories if you use the mobile app. Maybe I can post one with Mary Anning. It is a rad statue, Petrodactylus. It really is. Yeah. Mary Anning, if any of you are unfamiliar with her, she is in some ways kind of the... What's the patron saint of paleontology? Yeah, she was... Here we go. Here's David Attenborough talking about her.
About her, I had never heard of her until I went to the dinosaur museum in Dorchester with my son, who was very small at the time, and there was a display about her in one corner.
She did sell seashells by the seashore and make away. Yeah.
Immediately by this idea of her being a working class woman who made all these amazing scientific discoveries and kind of held her own amongst all these middle-class men who had been Oxbridge educated, and she had had no education, no formal education at all. She's pretty well known in the local area, Lyme Regis and the Jurassic Coast. People know about her, knew about her.
Through Tracy's book, Remarkable Creatures and things like that, she's becoming more well known to more people. But for a long time, it was really only a local thing, that people didn't know outside of this area, really, quite how important she was.
I suppose it's surprising that she is not...
There's the real King of England right there, David Attenborough.
More widely known. But after all, she didn't publish anything directly. And so the names that you see on labels, and indeed on articles about these ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs and so on, have no cause to mention Mary because they're concerned with the anatomy of the things she found. But as in interest in the history of the development of paleontology, which of course developed here and for which she was a key figure, as that grows, she becomes better known.
She found complete specimens of two big things and one smaller thing. The first was the ichthyosaur. Second was a plesiosaur, and the third was a pterodactyl. Now, these are all marine reptiles or dinosaurs that we know.
Not dinosaurs. They're pterosaurs and marine reptiles. They're not part of Dinosauria. There we go. So, for anybody who might happen to be new here, I do this spiel all the time because this is one of those concepts that Americans especially are often not familiar with. Even very well-educated, savvy, intelligent people may have never learned about this in school, even though it's like the fundamental principle uniting all of biology. If you don't understand this, you don't understand biology. It's crazy that it's not really taught properly in U.S. schools. But anyway, living things are classified based on their ancestry. When we say that two living things are actually related to one another, we mean that in a literal sense. They actually share a common ancestor. Different species can be related to one another in the same way that you're related to your siblings or your cousins. And that you go back in time and you find a common ancestor. You have the same parents as your siblings. You have the same grandparents as your cousins. Living things are the same way. So different species arise, they split, they evolve. You can trace them all back to one single common ancestor a few billion years ago on Earth's past. Anyway, dinosaurs are defined by all having descended from the same ancestor. That's why they're dinosaurs. So right here, if it descends from this ancestor, it is a dinosaur. So pterosaurs right here, the flying reptiles, are not dinosaurs. They're close. You gotta go back a little bit further to the ancestor of all the dinosaurs in order to get to pterosaurs. Same with marine reptiles like marine crocodiles, plesiosaurs, mosasaurs, ichthyosaurs. None of those guys are dinosaurs. They're from other branches on the reptile family tree, but they didn't evolve from that first dinosaur ancestor, so they are not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? So yeah.
The first was the ichthyosaur. The second was a plesiosaur, and the third was a pterodactyl. Now these are all marine reptiles or dinosaurs that we know of now, but they were completely new then. She worked out what coprolites are. Now coprolites are basically
fossil dung.
Dinosaur poo. I don't know any other way to say it than that, but she worked out they were these odd-looking things they used to call bezoars, and she worked out there were little tiny scales in them, and she thought, somebody's been eating this and then pooing it out, and so she had a brain on her. She wasn't just good at finding things on the beach. She was also ticking over, what could this be? How does this work? How does this fit in?
And she was often making interpretations that were much more correct than her professional, I would consider them colleagues to her. They didn't consider her a colleague because A, she was a woman, B, she was poor, C, she didn't go to a, school or something like that. And then D, she was also a member of like a separatist religious faction. She wasn't a member of the Church of England, so she was a religious minority. All of these things were marks against her. Probably most of all the gender thing. It was Edwardian England at the time. Edwardian? That's before Victorian, right? Anywho, despite this, she made remarkable discoveries, and her study of these things was ahead of its time, and often the men who purchased her fossils would take her notes. They would take her interpretations and kind of claim them as their own, and also claim that they had found these fossils. So there's a lot of examples of this, of women in history making tremendous contributions to a particular field and then having the credit stolen from them by men. Mary Anning's example is a classic one of this. And yet today, we recognize her importance. We recognize her, I think to use an overused phrase, genius. She was a clever person. Holy cow.
There has been a great increase in the history.
And Edwardian was after Victorian? Okay, Georgian then? Georgian, thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah.
In interest in the history of science. And it is, after all, something that this country ought to be very proud about.
Yeah.
Because this is...
There should absolutely be Mary Anning on banknotes in the UK. Like, there should be... Her face should be on money, Frankly, so should David Attenborough's, but I digress.
This is the birthplace of paleontology pretty well. The revelation that there were these enormous monsters in the seas of many hundreds of years ago, millions of years ago, that is a very considerable revelation that astounded people.
There you go, Patch, yeah.
In scientific circles. And it's not easy to find out details of her life. She's not She didn't leave a lot of letters. There are some in which she quite explicitly sorts out some of these chaps who thought they knew what they were talking about, and she explains what the fossils really are. And her perception of what they are is truly remarkable.
They used to send her scientific articles they had written, and after she had been out on the beach all day looking for fossils, in her studio cleaning them up, at night she would sit down and copy these long articles about whatever, about geological stuff, about ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, the stuff that they had written based on what she had discovered.
Paleontology in those days was in its infancy, and so there weren't anything.
Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Okay. Gotcha.
Much written to base your deductions on. It was Mary's good sense of anatomy and how bodies worked, and what teeth and vertebrae and ribs, what they meant and what they implied, that she enabled her to make these very clear analyses of what these animals were.
I think Mary Anning had two strikes against her. She was a woman and she was working class. So,
well, yeah, also she was poor. Well, yeah, working class, sure, a class thing, yeah. But also she was a member of a minority religious group as well. She was, I think, part of what they called the dissenters, people that thought that the Church of England was not really like looking out after the best interest of the people. Yeah, and actually belonging to that church, the dissenters, I think that's what it was called. That's where the Anning family got much of their food, because they were destitute much of the time. After Mary Anning's father died, the church provided for them. Like, they would go there, and that's where they would get their meals, oftentimes. So yeah. And Miss Drop Bear, excellent book, Impossible Monsters by Michael Taylor. Yes, indeed. Here. Highly recommend that book. There we go. If you want to read about Mary Anning, this book is an excellent place to start. If we got a... I guess we don't have illustrative plates in here. But anyway, Mary Anning, big deal. Yeah, good stuff. Let's continue.
As a woman, nobody expected women to take part in the great scientific revolution. The
awesome,
Geological
Kindred Soul.
Society, which
Nice.
was very influential in London, didn't allow women members, so that cut her out of it. So, and her second strike is she was working class, so she never went to school. There was no chance of her, either working class or woman, to go to Oxford or Cambridge and actually study the science to the level she probably could have and should have.
The audiobook. Nice, Miss Drop Bear. Okay,
always
cool.
It was going to be, she was the hunter, she was the finder, the collector, who would then hand them on to the men who were going to actually study them.
She was breaking the mold, breaking out of the box, and then just doing things that she shouldn't have been doing, at that time, really. So, yes, absolutely brilliant and amazing woman.
She left an imprint on the world of science, which is becoming clearer and clearer, and the credit to her has become more and more obvious.
Yeah. So I'm hopefully going to be visiting the Lyme Regis Museum. There was a campaign to erect a statue of her, which I thought is, if anybody deserves a statue, it's Mary Anning. Here, take a look.
And thank you everybody who's contributed to this campaign. I know that we've got many supporters here this afternoon. The beautiful veil is about to be removed. So, happy birthday, Mary Anning. Welcome back to Lyme Regis. Go for it.
How cool is that? Yeah. And it's brilliantly done. I mean, it's a marvelous piece. It really is. I need to remember to bring some flowers or something to put in her basket. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, anyway, and it's wonderful to see this kind of local pride around Marianic too, you know? Yeah. Mary and Trey, yeah, there's her dog Trey. Running beside her. Here, if we pan to the side, you'll see. She's holding an ammonite in her hand.
Fortune placed inspiration of what she might one day become, a woman of knowledge and independence, with books her path is
good stuff. So I'm gonna be here in just a few weeks. I can't wait. I've always dreamed of going to Lyme Regis, and I'll finally have a chance to visit. At the age of 21 now, you know? Finally have a chance to visit Lyme Regis. So yeah. Yeah. Brilliant. Here. So I'll certainly take some pictures for you. I'll see if I can do a Twitch story or something too. But, yeah. Good stuff. We'll be joined by Cary Woodruff in about 20 minutes now at this point for our interview for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, our new series, The Fossil Finders. There we go. But before we do that, let's play a quick game of Metazua before I forget. There we go. Let's see if we can do this in less than 20 minutes here. Our daily animal guessing game. Give me the name of a placental mammal, chat. We'll start off with that. A mammal that it doesn't have a pouch and it doesn't lay eggs. So no monotremes, no marsupials. Claire says dolphin. That's a good one. Let's start with dolphin. Artiodactyl. Oh! Okay. It's not a mammal, but it is an amniote. Which tells me... But yeah, if it's an amniote, but not a mammal... It says, nope, best I can do is amniota. And that means that our critter has got to be not on this branch, but on this one. The Sauropsida. These are the reptiles, which include birds. So it could either be a lepidosaur, there's about 10,000 species of them, or an archelosaur, there's about 10,000 species of them. I'm guessing it's an archelosaur. This game is kind of heavily biased toward mammals and birds. So the name of a bird, chat, and we'll do that. Finch, says Lukai. Okay. Finch is a good passerine bird. Let's see if that gets us anywhere closer. Okay, it is a neonate bird. It's not a passerine. Interesting. So birds, neonates. So finches are part of this clade here. That means our bird is probably going to be some kind of fowl, part of Galloanserae. It could either be a duck or a goose or a swan. There's 160 species of them. Chances are it's going to be some kind of game bird instead. Let's try something like chicken and see if that gets us closer. Again, we're trying to do this real fast today. Or pheasant. So pheasants are part of that same clade. Okay. It's part of Phasianinae. I'm not even familiar with this clade. Here. Pheasants. There we go. So there's pheasants there. Which clade? It doesn't really show the clade names on. Oh, there we go. Phasianidae. Okay, so we searched chicken, which would be red jungle fowl. They are okay. They're over there. This is like, nope, best I can do is Phaceanidae. So, is it like a partridge or something? Do they have partridge on here? They don't. Again, we search chicken, and it says, nope, Phaceanidae. Never mind, Phaceanidae. Let's look that up and see what it is. Includes Old World quails, partridges, pheasants, jungle fowl. It could be a quail. Although they don't have quail. Let's search pheasant, I guess. You know?
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see. Beautiful. Excellent. We got it. That's not too shabby. Let's post that to Blue Sky real quick. And we got it with time to spare, which is great. And we're bringing our average down further, 5.2. Bring in that average guess figure down. Post. Excellent. Beautiful. Yeah. Your other Blue Sky too, mentioning Cary. Exactly, Claire. That's just what I was about to do. So, yeah. Let's take a screenshot. Post that. Paste that in Paint. And that'll work. Okay. Interview series. Oh, a new series with the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. And we're interviewing Dr. Cary Woodruff. There we go. Sauropod and pachycephalosaur expert. And also an old friend of mine. We don't need more parentheses. So it's fieldwork experience, fieldwork adventures. Twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. I'm 13 characters over. Okay. Yeah. that for a second. Put some M dashes in. There we go. Tune in at, and so we're 3 characters over. One character over. Let me get rid of this. Beautiful. There we go. Alt text. Twitch screenshot of me in my office with the background, with the back wall featuring 3D printed Diplodocus skulls in honor of Cary's work, as well as an SVP logo, a framed photograph of Bob Harmon, and various other paleontological accoutrements. Save. Paleontologizing is spelled correctly. Looks like we're all set. Let's post it. I said, let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Excellent. Beautiful. Copy link. There's the post there. Charlie's Dragon says, I just got why Cary's blue sky handle is double beam. That's because that's what Diplodocus means. Exactly. Yeah. Now I'm realizing I gotta go use the little paleontologist room before we start our interview. So why don't we play a quick little video first? Let's see, do I have anything sauropod related? Not really, do I? Here, why don't we do, let's see. Let's do the 6-foot turkey opener, shall we? I'm gonna fast forward through the countdown and everything, and I'll be right back. Hang on just a moment. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Hang tight.
A little distorted, but I don't think it's a computer.
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5-6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary... What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
Got it in for me. Look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrists. No wonder these guys learn how to fly. No, seriously. All right. Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
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 Six-foot turkey. Turkey. 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey and see whether it clear it.
There we go. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to run to the bathroom real quick. E to the 2-Eye Pie, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We are going to be starting up this brand new interview series with the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Very first one is right now with Dr. Cary Woodruff of the Frost Science Museum of Miami, Florida. Cary's an old friend of mine. We used to dig up fossils together in Montana. And thank you, Murph. Holy cow. Thank you for those 10 gift subs there. I really appreciate it. Holy
Murph
moly.
is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thanks to your generosity, you've made those 10 people very happy, along with this lovely Tinamou bird. Also very excited at your generosity. Get out of there! Oh, shoot. We're all good. Thank you, Murph. Here, Cary is waiting for me right now, I think. Let's go ahead and open this up. I'm still kind of learning how all this Zoom stuff works. Let's see, start meeting. There we go. And custom combination, there we go. Start. Excellent. Waiting on Cary here. He might take a few minutes to join us, and that's okay. Yeah. And I would like to close the alert box. Well, we've got a different scene here. So let's see. Guest scene. Here we go. Let's turn this off right here. Hey, Cary, can you see and or hear me right now?
Both.
Excellent. Hey, how you doing, man? It's great to see you.
Yes, it was a busy day, so I'm tired.
I really appreciate you making the time to come talk to us today for our first entry in the Fossil Finder series with SVP. Holy cow. Again, thank you so much for finding the time. I know you said there's a visiting researcher who's staying with you right now. So, yeah. Thank you again.
Kintaro's in the background, but it's blurred. But
well, tell him hi for all of us. We've got 245 people watching right now, and they're excited to meet you. Would you mind introducing yourself real quick to anybody who might not be familiar with Cary Woodruff?
Yes, I'm Cary Woodruff. I'm the curator of vertebrate paleontology at the Philip and Patricia Frost Museum of Science in Miami, Florida. I did my undergrad and master's at Montana State University and my PhD at the University of Toronto and Royal Ontario Museum.
Excellent. Yeah. The whole point of this whole series with SVP is to highlight cool work being done by paleontologists and other scientists in the field. And Cary, I know you've got a zillion exciting field stories, and so we're excited to hear some of them today. But yeah, first, just to kind of start us off, can you give us kind of a laundry list of different places that you've worked, different formations that you've done field work in?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't yet crossed the equator. That's the one I'm still looking forward to do. But I've worked in various U.S. states, so like, Montana, Utah, Colorado, all around. When I was at the ROM, we did field work, of course, in southern Alberta, which, southern Alberta is just northern Montana, so, right. But, it counts. The ranchers are just, just say sorry a bit more. The I got to do a tiny little bit of, like prospecting and field work, although it counts in Japan. So like looking for dinosaurs in the land of Godzilla was pretty cool.
Nice. Okay. Was that up in Fukui Prefecture up north there?
Yeah, we were like John Scanella was with me, so we were like at the Goshura Fossil Park, and I'd love to do a lot more stuff like that.
Yeah.
I've gotten to work in the Gobi, which is phenomenal, and then of course in the Atlas Mountains of Morocco, which is equally phenomenal.
Super cool. Yeah. And I was wondering if you could also tell us about your fieldwork companion, Hunter. Is he there in the room with you right now?
He is. I was dealing with him today. He had to go to the emergency vet appointment because he all of a sudden got a horrible foot infection they had to do surgery on. So he's all wrapped up and drugged up and all that stuff. So.
Oh, darn. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Everybody here in chat is sending well wishes as well. But it's been really cool seeing you post pictures of Hunter.
Yes.
He's a white. Let's see if I can find a picture. I think I actually have. Let's see. I'm still figuring out this whole Zoom thing, but here we go. If I can do.
I will give the watchers a teaser. So we actually have a book coming out. Hopefully, if Chinese tariffs don't interfere. But hopefully at Christmas time, actually a book about Hunter, and it's from his perspective, teaching people how we actually dig up dinosaurs and then how we actually study them as well.
Very cool. Let's see. There we go. So there is. Oh, let's see if this works. No.
Yes, that was his fifth. That was his fifth birthday. He just
Ontogeny.
6 on the 14th.
So you can see him right now. I don't know if anybody in chat can, but here, stop share. Let's see if we can do a screen share like this. But he is adorable, and you've had him since he was a tiny little puppy.
7 weeks old.
Yeah. Shoot. Here, share. And that's not working either. Apologies, everybody. Anyway, we'll figure this out. If anybody wants to see pictures of Hunter, they can see him on your Blue Sky or Twitter or whatever.
Yep.
But yeah, he is absolutely adorable. When did you get him?
I got him. It was right before Thanksgiving, actually. And so I knew the breeders. Actually, they were in Malta.
Oh, really? Malta,
Montana.
Montana. For anybody thinking you're talking about in the Mediterranean, yeah.
Yes. We actually did years ago. There was a lady who came from the island of Malta, and her bucket list was to go to every Malta on Earth.
How many are there? Shoot.
She rattled off, but it was a hell of a lot more than I actually thought.
That's really funny. Well, yeah, I've spent some time in Malta as well with Denver and Liz up there. This is Malta, Montana, which is just a few miles south of the Canadian border. And Cary, you were the director of the museum in Malta for a few years?
6 years. I was director of paleontology at the Great Plains Dinosaur Museum and Field Station.
Right. Yeah. Very cool. Since this is a series that is going to be primarily about fieldwork, we're going to be talking a lot about that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Cary, where are you from originally, and how did you get into paleontology, and what was your first fieldwork experience, I guess?
One of the great trivia questions about me that'll be one day on Jeopardy. I am originally hail from Bumpass, Virginia, literally Bumpass. It's real.
Isn't that the name of the family in A Christmas Story that have all the hound dogs?
Yeah, you sons of bitches, Bumpuses. Yeah, like exactly.
Sorry about the language. We do try and keep it PG rated as best we can.
Well, that was the name. That was the family name, and we were quoting the movie. So
of course, definitely. Yeah, you get one free one for sure.
Yeah. So,
but yeah.
Yeah. So so that's where I grew up, Central Virginia farm country. So I was just, a farm boy, loving the outdoors. Neither one of my parents were scientists. Like my mom was an accountant, my dad sold office furniture, but I was always into paleo. And then when I was, I don't know, like I think I was early teens. The Virginia Museum of Natural History, and that's in far southwest Virginia, but they were doing my mom, I can't remember exactly how it got up, knowing about like maybe emails or something like that. And
Yeah.
they did lots of digs around the state, like especially in the eastern part of the state where you could go and like, collect like these big Chesapeake Station, scallop shells and other, places you could go for shark's teeth where people could sign up and go, fun weekend things. And we did that a whole bunch. And then we found out that they offered, dinosaur digs in the Bighorn Basin of Wyoming that people could, sign up for. And again, I was like middle school or, freshman in high school, something like that. And my mom took me out for the first time. And, I liked dinosaurs before, but digging, I was hooked. So, I did that essentially, every year since.
Right. Yeah. Very cool. So that's a really early start. Did you always know that you wanted to go into dinosaur paleontology, or were you kind of interested in fossils in general when you were a kid?
I liked fossils, dinosaurs, of course, but I think like in a way, the general default, right? When kids are interested in, paleontology, like, it's basically either T-Rex or like saber-tooth, right? It seems to kind of go.
Sure, yeah.
I am embarrassed to say that, like, especially in my younger days, I was all about the Tyrannosaurs, and I'm so glad I've shed that.
Yeah, for anybody who might not be familiar, Tyrannosaur researchers have kind of a reputation in our field. Trying to think of a kind way to put this, but yeah, I don't know. Sauropods not so much, and those are the critters that I think are your greatest love, right?
Oh yes, I love me a sauropod.
So explain for the audience, some people might not be aware, what is a sauropod and what makes these animals so special?
So sauropods are, classic long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. Think of Littlefoot from Land Before Time, the logo for Sinclair Oil, Dino from the Flintstones.
There we go.
Danny's toy.
Yeah.
The Brachiosaurus in Jurassic Park, which is cool because like, the first dinosaur we actually see in Jurassic Park is a sauropod. So
that's right. Yeah.
Eat it, theropods. And they were the largest terrestrial vertebrates of all time. So length, height, body mass. We don't know who was the largest, right? Because these really big dinosaurs, we don't find whole complete skeletons. But we have many contenders for animals that easily would have been 100 feet. Once you start getting into like 120, then you're like, still big. And, animals that I think it's safe. As I would tell students, like weight is a touchy subject, even in paleontology. So,
yeah.
I think it's confident to say animals that on the upper end were, easily 50 to maybe even approaching 70 or more tons.
Right.
Yeah. So, they were. I got in trouble on social media once because I said like the only thing that whales have is whales are fatter. And then people like were saying I was fat shaming whales. And I apologized to whales.
I
was like, they're really good. Whales are great at being fat. That's what they're meant to do.
They're excellent. Yeah. And they're weightless too. They're essentially weightless, living in the water. So like sometimes I say that sauropods are also not just the longest and the tallest, but the heaviest animals to have ever lived because when you're a fully marine animal, what does weight really matter? You're neutrally buoyant. You don't have to support that body weight on land. You might as well be, I don't know. I've heard Matt Wadel make similar points, that whales cheat, in terms of gigantism. And
exactly.
You would agree with that?
Sure, why not? I love whales too, don't get me wrong. But
whales are really, really cool. I'm actually going to go on a whale watching trip on Sunday, and I cannot wait.
Oh, cool. I did that when I was a kid to watch humpback whales up in Massachusetts.
Very nice. Yeah. I'm doing it off the coast of San Francisco, near where I live. And I'll so if I see any whales up close, I'll congratulate them on being very big. But, there's always that caveat that sauropods were longer and heavier by some counts. But here's something that I share with my audience all the time that you've done, Cary, is this figure right here. I don't know if you can see it, but the audience can see it right now. The diplodocid with the respiratory infection and the neck vertebrae. You've got this wonderful diagram there that it shows how much pneumaticity there is in this animal. They're all full of air.
Mm-hmm.
I share this all the time. Do you find that people are surprised to hear that in the general public? Because I feel like every time I share that image, there are new folks who are just blown away by this.
Yeah. I mean, we, as Jack Horner always said, we look at things as a mammal-centric viewpoint.
Right.
Because and there's no mammals that have pneumatic structures like that with the diverticula and the air sacs and everything. So fundamentally for us as mammals, we can't understand that.
Right.
It is still weird working on sauropods because Matt Wadel, I defer to him on pneumaticity like he is, but
sure.
That's the thing with more dissections and understanding. It's like, well, how big is the air sac? And then it's weird too, because Matt was I always learn stuff from Matt, but working with him on that paper, learning so much more, it's like, there's that old sort of like street term. It's like, oh, these pneumatic dinosaurs, it's basically lung tissue that pervades the bones. So they're like breathing with their bones. It's like, well, they're not. It's not just lung tissue. So it's like,
yeah,
it's an air sac, but it wasn't like for gas exchange and airs. But it's like that's part of the other thing too. It's like some of the confusion is like, again, we're mammals trying to understand this. It's like the similar way of,
a big frame of reference. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like trying to understand like tetrachromatic vision. It's like it wasn't actually a rave all the time. They're like, well, what color is it? It's like, well, it's colors. And like you could mix colors from the ultraviolet spectrum to modern colors and make crazy colors we don't even know. But it's like we have no frame, like we fundamentally have no frame of reference for that.
I like that analogy. Yeah. And it just goes to this idea that in some ways dinosaurs were kind of stranger and more complex than we can imagine as mammals. Like it's difficult to wrap our heads around these animals. Yeah. Sauropods in particular. I mean, I don't remember if it was you, Cary, who told me this, but back in the day when we were in Montana, Museum of the Rockies had just come out with a new audio tour that you could take of the dinosaur halls. And I don't know if it was you, but somebody told me that it was the first time they'd ever heard Jack Horner, who narrated the tour, talk about sauropods without just cussing left and right because they're so big, they're so ungainly. Yeah, I think it was you who told me that. What is it about sauropods that makes them so difficult to work on?
I think when you just have, weak endurance, I hope Jack's listening. Like I want to go to South America. I want to dig up one of these big things. Like I want to, I don't want to actually get crushed, but like, although I got the biggest jacket I ever made was a mummy hadrosaur last year. I swore I would never make a jacket that big again unless it was an articulated sauropod. But it is true. Like, you're digging up a scapula and a shoulder blade, like, for some diplodocids, so things like Diplodocus or Patasaurus. I've regularly dug up a shoulder blade that's, 6 feet, 2 meters long, right? Like,
yeah.
So you could spend all summer digging up, a whole bunch of little bones or one bone. You could carry out a couple jackets like this in your arms, or, you could like basically have to helicopter out one jacket,
Right.
So it's.
Yeah. Well, here, I'll share with the chat. I've got an image of you from, I think from your Twitter. Check that out right there. This is Cary lying on top of a field jacket. I don't know if this is your hadrosaur one, but you're wearing a wide-brimmed hat, stretching your arms out to the sides. It is enormous.
7 feet wide, 11 feet long, 3 feet deep, and weighs 5,700 pounds.
Holy cow. And that's a hadrosaur, right? A duck-billed dinosaur. That's not even a sauropod.
Nope. And it's essentially the torso plus like maybe 6 feet of tail.
Okay.
But it's articulated and it's all covered in skin.
Gotcha. Okay. That is really exciting. Shoot. Is that going to your museum in Miami?
Yep.
Very exciting. Holy cow.
Yep.
here, before I move on to some other subjects, I want to ask you about the museum real quick. I feel like a lot of folks are probably not familiar with the Frost Science Museum. When we think of big cities that have, impressive dinosaur museums, Miami probably doesn't immediately leap to mind. This is a fairly new museum, right? And you're the inaugural vertebrate paleontology curator?
Yeah, so it's a weird way. It's like it's new, but it's not. So the organization itself has been around since the 50s, and it used to be known as the Miami Science Center. And it was, for all intents, it was a science center, right? Like you could come and learn about a lot of different scientific concepts, but they didn't really have scientists on staff doing scientific work. And just shy of 9 years ago, the old building was in such a state of disrepair that it was literally cheaper to build a new building than renovate the old, fix up the old one.
Right.
So they moved what would now be, it's about 20 minutes north. So for anyone who's never been to Miami, like crossing the street takes you about 20 minutes. So, it moved north into this, Maurice Ferry Park. So basically downtown Miami, we're literally right next to the port of Miami. Like I look out and Carnival cruise ships are right there. It still operated as a science center. It still largely does. But several years ago, there was a group of donors who, we have a full-size planetarium. I think it's like the 11th largest planetarium in the country, which I don't know. If you have a stat, use it. We have a full aquarium there as well. So it was basically like you got two of the three sort of spokes that get people interested in the scientific wheel, if you will.
Right.
They were like, you guys need dinosaurs. And so the decision was made at that time, like, well, I mean, we could just buy some casts and put them up in just a generic dinosaur thing. Sure. Or do we actually want to try to do like a science program, like do our own? So that's been really interesting, developing that because, yeah, it's true. Like Miami is where people come to play, not learn. So learning a lot of that dynamic, like how do you fundraise? How do you get people excited about science when it's not like, come look at this thing, because they just want to come and ooh and ah and take selfies. So that's been really different, like trying to explain even to the staff, not in a bad way, but it's almost like different dialects of a language, right? We all work in a science museum, but it's like collections. What's collections? Like kind of
just trying to explain this basic concept to people that like, hey, there's more than just the tip of the iceberg. There's a whole scientific enterprise that we need to build. Like I totally understand what you're saying there.
Yeah. So it's been interesting, and there's no. I mean, the Florida Museum of Natural History up in Gainesville. If you haven't been, drop what you're doing, go now. It is. I was just absolutely flabbergasted by how phenomenal the facility is. Now they're redoing the museum now. I think it's supposed to open. I think it's like 2027 or 2028. Don't quote me. Hopefully I don't get that too wrong. But like they have 30 curators across the equal departments. They have like 90 grad students plus undergrads. I mean, they have like an entire new building that opened. It's just a wet lab collection. Like
that's incredible.
Like their facility is absolutely phenomenal. So, but they tell the story wonderfully well of, Florida fossils. And of course, the landmass of Florida didn't exist in the Mesozoic. You can't find Mesozoic rock there. So even though we're on the opposite ends of the state, and I knew like a lot of the people up there at Gainesville, we wanted to make sure that we were complementing and not in competition.
Right.
So, which I was like, I mean, really the only thing I like about mammals is that I am one. So you guys can do that. And then I'll just, I'll just go west and do the dinosaurs. So.
Nice. Okay. And so I guess the reason why they hired you in part was because you're a field guy, because you have a lot of field experience, because you can get the job done. And you've been doing field work, like you said, since maybe high school in the Bighorn Basin.
Yeah.
What are some of your favorite places to work in North America to start with? And how did you get involved with those?
One of my favorite places is definitely the Redding Field Station up in Rudyard, Montana.
Yeah.
So that's an amazing place. The Rudyard Depot Museum, one of my favorite museums too. It's right up there too. But it's an amazing town. I mean, when I say little town, I mean we're talking about like a handful of people, literally.
Yeah.
But this wonderful couple, Dan and Lila Redding, live north of town, and they understand. I mean, they know perfectly well they could literally never have to worry about money ever again for the rest of their natural lives because of the money they could make from letting people on to sell fossils.
Right.
But they understand that these fossils are worth more than money.
Right.
And the scientific importance. So they were letting, Berkeley on and Mark Goodwin come on in like the late 70s, early 80s. Then Jack got involved up there. For people who may or may not know, like sort of Jack Horner sort of lore and history. So Jack discovered Egg Mountain with a guy named Bob Macala. Bob was a school teacher up in Rudyard, which is where this depot museum is. So that's how he got connected. I started going up there when she was Liz Friedman, now Liz Friedman Fowler. I was doing her PhD work up there, and kind of, I got to be her like secondhand up there during her dissertation work. And it's phenomenal because, I mean, Dan and Lila are just a hoot. I love them. I go up and just visit them. It's great. And they want to see stuff collected because, and Dan is a phenomenal digger, but like they want to see the stuff dug up too. Like they're just as into the science and just as versed. And especially in this day and age and the way that things are getting in the US with the commercialization. Not that I have many friends who are in the commercial field. That's not saying a negative, but it's like, I think it's very refreshing to see farmers and ranchers for a change that have always had that
exactly
mindset. Yeah.
They want those fossils to end up in museums. They don't want to profit off of them.
And they really want to see. So a few years ago, the Depot Museum there, they partnered because it was literally a field station. What they find at Dan and Lila's ranch goes in the museum there.
Right.
But there is a bit of issue because, like, technically for us to work on fossils, to scientifically describe them, they have to be reposited, and that's an issue with a lot of these small local museums because it's like, well, it's in a museum, and it's like, well, yes, but no. But Dan and Lila understood this working with them, so they've allowed Berkeley, University of California, to come and collect. So they have material that is accessioned in Berkeley collection. But they also, a few years ago, essentially became like a sister institution with Museum of the Rockies. So the Burke Museum does some collecting as well, but essentially everything from their ranch gets an MOR number, and then it can go straight in the Depot Museum, not only be seen, but also be studied. So it's a phenomenal relationship. So I love it.
Yeah, that's awesome. So there's a number of specimens that you've excavated that have ended up at that museum, but there's also something I was surprised to see, not a fossil, but I'm going to show chat this this one piece of memorabilia that is there. You have a pair of pants, some blue jeans that are there on display at the museum. Tell us about that, Cary.
I have a pair of pants and boots. So
yeah.
I used to literally wear all my field clothes out. I mean, I mean that, wear them out. Like literally, like if I was in public, it would be like obscene and lewd. I would like duct tape up the crotch, I mean, every scenario. Duct tape my boots. And Lila Redding loved it so much because she was like laughing. She's like, we know students are poor, but like, come on. And she was like, we got to have these. Like, we got to have a mannequin one day. We got to have it dressed. And she's like, I want your clothes in there. I want your clothes in there. So I gave her, when I finally, wore out a pair of boots, wore out my jeans, I gave them to her. She put them in there. So autographed them and everything.
Yeah.
And then
there we go.
say this humorously, but Liz Friedman threw them out one day when she was up there. And we were all pissed, livid, pissed. Absolutely upset. So I made sure to like just go extra hard on my field clothes. And the next time I was like done with some jeans and some boots, I gave them to Lila. So
nice. Yeah.
And she has standing orders. If there's ever a fire there, it's my pants and boots that get out first.
Very nice. Yeah. I just want to read the caption for anybody who might be listening rather than just watching this interview right now. But it says, Cary Woodruff is a die-hard digger. This is on the official museum placard right there. He spent all of his summers up north, Rudyard, in just his jeans and boots, which I presume you were wearing underwear and a shirt too, but yeah.
That's a bit presumptuous of you, Danny.
He now has his doctorate in paleontology. Someday I'd love to have a pair of pants. I guess it would be shorts in my case. I always wear shorts in the field in a museum, but that is that's a mark of distinction there, Cary. I know you're proud. You should be. That's really cool. Um, I wanted to ask you, speaking of Rudyard, working up there just a few miles south of the Canadian border. In fact, I actually recall one time walking across the border with you. I think it was on 4th of July one year, and that's to this day.
We went up to the border. For those listening, we did not cross the border.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah, we did not actually cross. For any Homeland Security personnel that might be watching this interview right now. But while we were up there, I recall a story of you. I think it was you. Maybe it was Dan Redding, encountering a particularly large predatory animal up there in the Rocky Quarry at this Brachylophosaur bone bed.
Oh yeah, one day I went to, we were digging up at this Brachylophosaur quarry. It wasn't too far from their house actually. It's my first year up there.
Uh-huh.
I go to water a sagebush and I'm just, watering away, and these badlands, and we call it coulee, so imagine it's like a canyon land. So you go from the prairie top. For those of you who haven't been, like, it's terrifying. Like, I would never drive up there at night because, like, it looks completely flat. Your high beams, and then all of a sudden it's just a canyon that drops. Like, you
it's
ain't
like a
walking
cartoon
away.
almost. It's kind of extraordinary. Yeah.
And it's not just like, don't imagine like like a laser from space just like zapped a hole. They're basically these fingers that go from basically the prairie edge down, and all these little fingers that lead into bigger finger, and then it opens up in the bottom. And I don't know. I mean, I was on one side of this little, basically, imagine like this little finger ditch, if you will. And I don't know, might not have been 100 feet away. And there's a mountain lion just sitting there.
And I'm sure she saw you before you saw her, too.
Oh, yeah. If it hadn't moved, I wouldn't have seen it. But just sat perfect, like, like a cat. It is a cat, but, just like a house cat would sit.
Uh-huh.
And I ran back afterwards. And I was like, you guys aren't going to believe this. Like, I saw a mountain lion. And no, you didn't see a mountain lion. Like, the hell I did. So we went back, and of course, it was like long gone.
Yeah.
And I told Dan Redding, and he was like, nope, you saw a bobcat. I'm like, nah, I don't think so. Like, I spent a lot of time outdoors. Like, we had a lot of bobcat in Virginia. Like, I've seen bobcats. This wasn't bobcat. He didn't believe me at all. And he gave me just every, like, he was his joke. It was like every time he seen me, like, hey, seen another mountain lion, or their bird would be behind. He's like, hey, you think that's a mountain lion? And then that fall, it just so happened Dan knew a guy who had hunting dogs who were trained to track a mountain lion. And the guy was hunting up there. Wasn't used for mountain lions. I think just had his dogs. And kind of as a joke, Dan just said, hey, let's just see if these work. And Dan let him go right behind the house, and they immediately got on a mountain lion track and went after one. And many years later, a guy who was illegally running there are no legal ones, but he was running a meth lab in the town of Rudyard, hit a mountain lion in the town.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Impressive. So, of course, you felt completely vindicated, I'm sure,
Absolutely.
by these revelations. Yeah. That's wild. I've come across a mountain lion den in the field, but it didn't have a mountain lion in it, but just all kinds of deer bones and mountain lion scat. In fact,
we'd see them in Livingston. We'd see the mountain lions there pretty often.
Oh, really? At the sauropod quarry there?
Yep.
Yeah, nice. In fact, actually, I think you found some mountain lion scat. It was you, me, and Rebecca Hunt Foster when we were visiting that secret sauropod site out in Utah at the mid-Mesozoic meeting. You remember that time where you're like, "This is mountain lion scat. Look how white it is. Look at all the calcium in it. This is from a predatory animal." And
yep.
I thought
that's where that beautiful Brachiosaurus that is at the field house came from.
Oh, really? The one that they used horses to get out?
Mules, yep.
Mules, okay, yeah. In fact, speaking of which, I've got another photo here from your social media of, well, tell us about this with the draft horse. What's the story here? This is just like they used to do in the old days.
So I can't see the picture, but I'm pretty certain I know that two like yellow horses.
Yep.
Yeah, so my first year at Frost, I basically got hired on, which was like a whirlwind of a hire. And then it was essentially like, hey, welcome to the team. By the way, can you get us a dinosaur? I was like, oh, crap. I was still, I had been up to that point, working at the Great Plains Museum in Malta.
Yeah.
I knew about, some of the fossils in this area, and there was up on this great ranching family, kind of like the Redding family, but Malta's version.
Okay.
North of town. I had seen this, hadrosaur tail for years coming out there, and basically a guy who was a farmhand years and years before had found it. Um, a commercial crew had tried to partially excavate it, but there's a body in a block that fell. But then they had tried to get the tail, but then when it was just a tail, that's not really at that time wasn't really commercially viable. So they were like, we're just not going to do anything with it. And that area, it's weird. Like it's basically just rolling hills, except this one spot. It was basically the tail, like a 3-foot ledge, and then like a 20, 30-foot just straight drop.
Oh boy.
And there's a pretty steep hill. So, it's like, this is like where the tail is, this was the ledge. And then it's like this super steep incline to get up and then this big straight drop. And so I'd known about it. And the family there, they were always cool with like stuff being collected, but they're like, we don't, just liability, like someone, you could be doing everything right and you take one wrong step and, you fall to your death. Like we don't feel comfortable. So I went and talked to the ranchers because I was like, I'm starting at this new museum. They have no paleontology at all, no dinosaur fossils. Like this would be a really cool fossil to have as like our first one there at the museum, showcase some of the local stuff. And the ranchers, they were great. And they were like, hey, you know what we've said? If you can figure out a way to get it where there's like no one has to actually be there to like, manhandle, get up, like you guys can have it.
All right.
So I knew there was a guy in the area who had who trained horses and had draft horses. And I took him there, like, oh yeah, we can do this. So then we just drove to the ranch house. He told the rancher just stuck out his hand and said, the deal's a deal. I said, if you can figure out how to get it, you can have it. So it was really cool. So we had years ago, I mean, a lot of the like Argentinian and Patagonian paleontologists do this as well when they're working, but it's basically a lifting frame, which is super great. I learned that from them doing sauropod stuff. And so what was great is like I could be up there and jacket it. It was super easy. Then I could, with this lifting frame, flip it over, finish it. And then we had basically a big sled welded, done up. We could, the horses pulled the sled up there and then we could just manually get it in place. I would use this tripod to just lift the jacket up, lower it down, and then the horses would literally just pull it out. And we did that one piece at a time.
That's really impressive. Holy cow. And what a great photo too. This is I feel like when people think of the adventure aspect of field paleontology, this is maybe one of the things that they think of. This
I was amazed. I mean, I've been around horses a lot. I was amazed how well it all worked. And I would relish the opportunity to use horses again in the field.
Very cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you get a chance to. That is really cool. And this whole story, it kind of reminds me of stories that I heard from Bob Harmon back in the day. So I want to talk a little bit about Bob, if that's cool with you.
Yeah.
I've got a picture of him here on the wall today. And so during the press stuff that you're doing and the social media threads on your new pachycephalosaur, Brontotholus, you talked a lot about Bob Harmon. You named that dinosaur after him, Brontotholus harmoni. For any folks who might be unfamiliar with that name, how would you describe Bob to them? How would you introduce them to this legend in field paleontology?
Oh, he was the man.
Yeah.
I mean, he was, Bob, Jack met Bob when they were working at when the Museum of the Rockies started working up on the, Blackfoot Reservation. And Bob was out there. His sister was a school teacher, and Bob didn't even graduate high school. Like he lied about that to get a job, like to get jobs. Like he never did. Like he got work at Museum of the Rockies, and they were like, you have to have a high school diploma. And he's like, yep, sure did. But he didn't. He did all sorts of odd jobs, but he was always really into education. And so his sister, was teaching grade schoolers about dinosaurs, and Bob would go out there and just pick up bones for them, to show the kids. And Jack saw Bob doing that one day and thought Bob was a poacher. And
Right.
Jack goes down, like sneaking up, running after Bob. Like, they both told the story a little different. Jack may or may not have had a rock hammer, but one thing we do know is Bob had a gun on his hip, and when Jack saw that, he stopped.
Pretty big one too, as I recall Jack saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and basically it was like, then they got talking. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, oh, I'm here collecting bones, doing this for school. And then Jack's like, oh, you want a job? And that's how Bob joined the museum family.
Right.
Bob was, ran the lab, so running the field program, running the prep program. He was like, I always use Bob as the perfect example. Like, the letters after your name mean absolutely nothing.
Right. Yeah.
Bob, he knew so much about so much. And, I would never be that, narcissistic and say like, I'm great in the field, but like, I am as good as I am in the field and can do what I do because of Bob entirely.
Right.
And, I was describing the new Pachycephalosaurus brontotholus. That was one of the chapters for my dissertation. I was striving. We didn't get it done before Bob sadly passed away, which I was really sad about. But, wanted to name it in honor of him for two reasons. One, because most of the specimens actually came from the Blackfoot Reservation, where Bob was from. So honoring a local hero in that sense. Right. And also, for those who may not know, like, you may know Mary Schweitzer, you may know like the T-Rex she found, you may know that T-Rex was called B-Rex. You may not know that T-Rex was called B-Rex because Bob found that T-Rex. And basically, I won't name names because some of the people that you and I mutually know would be upset if I said this, but like, essentially, any important specimen at the Museum of the Rockies, Bob found. 9 out of 10 at least. I'll use that comfortable statistic. So he was a legend. And Bob was not vain. He was, he was so casual, but he would talk about many times how he just wanted a dinosaur named after him. And I'd really hoped, because Carrie Ansell, the preparator, she has one named after her now, which is wonderful. And Bob and Carrie they're the best.
The
absolutely.
dream team.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah, always will be. And so, I'm just glad Bob finally has a dinosaur after him. And it was great because actually at Bob's memorial service at Museum of the Rockies, I actually got to present that to his family. John Scanella, who's curator, actually let me pull the holotype out. So we actually, presented that to them as well, which was great. And I just wish I could have, Bob could have seen it while he was alive.
I know he'd be really proud of you, Cary. Holy cow. And honored. When I'm trying to describe Bob Harmon to people, I've kind of a shorthand that I've developed. Cary, have you seen that movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Tarantino film from a few years back? When I was watching that the first time, I'm like, I've seen this guy before. Brad Pitt's character. I'm like,
Cliff
holy
Booth,
cow.
but Cliff Booth in bike shorts and chain smoked.
That is Bob Harmon. Holy cow.
Yeah.
And yeah, we talk about him a lot on this channel, and I show that 60 Minutes piece with Leslie Stahl talking about the discovery of B-Rex, and there's that moment where she's just utterly astonished, where she's like, looking at this photo of Bob on these folding chairs stacked on top of some rocks on the side of a cliff, like 50 feet in the air, and she's like, this is not possible. He's not attached to anything. And Mary Schweitzer goes, no, that's Bob. That was Bob Harmon. I want to ask if you remember this particular story. So this was at your site in Livingston back in the day. Let me find the photo here. There we go. So 2013 at Livingston, here is Bob Harmon's truck for everybody watching at home. The license plate is B-Rex right there. So Bob had been staying there and I think helping you guys out for a while at the site. And there was a family of bluebirds.
Mountain bluebirds, to be specific.
Mountain bluebirds, exactly. Just beautiful. And as I recall, they had been building a nest on his truck. And Bob is like, oh, buddies, you can't do this here. And so what did he do when he had to move the nest? He built for them a birdhouse. So he went into town in Livingston and got some wood and a little metal door handle, and
No, he had all that with him.
he had that with
all
him.
of that with him.
That is brilliant, but it just, I thought that's Bob Harmon right there.
It's still there.
Still in use, hopefully by the same lineage of bluebirds.
Bob always said subsequent years he liked seeing his grandbirdies.
That just warms my heart. And that's Bob Harmon. Yeah.
Yep.
Can you tell us about some of the things that you learned from Bob in the field? Because the man was a force of nature. Like, he was the ultimate field worker. I mean, I just stood in awe of this guy. What are some things you learned from him?
I'll tell you things I didn't learn from Bob that I would like to is I still don't understand how that man made plaster, because he made plaster and like there was not a drop left and every bit was the perfect amount, perfect consistency, perfect everything. And I would ask him, he's like, I just know. I'm like, that's wonderful, but for those of us, Gentiles, like, the biggest thing with Bob, though, and I try to teach this with my own field crews, is like, don't ever be afraid to try something new, and there, I mean, just like anything, there are basic fundamentals, do something this way, don't do something that way, but no two sites are the same, no two rocks are the same, no two bones are the same. So to say like something can only be done a certain way is just a fallacy. And I've seen more issues and failures in the field where people take that rigid stance. Bob also taught me, like, and I use it from the field to just management, is the best life skill Bob taught me. He says, if you've done your job well, you should be able to be gone and no one knows that you're missing. Because every step of the way, every part of the process, yes, you you have crew members who are really good at this, other crew members that are good at that, but everyone knows that they're doing. And Bob always said, if you've trained your crew and when you're gone, it's absolute chaos. The only thing you've taught people is that you're insecure.
That's so true. Holy cow. And that's so Bob.
Yeah. And I use that from the field to management today, like in the museum. And I think it's probably the best life advice I've ever gotten. Because it's also true. Like, I mean, it wasn't like, Bob wasn't Johnny Appleseed with a mission, but, Johnny Appleseed did chain smoke as well. But, Bob, I mean, we were there to do a job. He wanted people to know how to do things. And Bob also was really important in like it not being lazy, but like if I teach you how to do it and then someone else has a question, they don't always have to come to me. Right. So like, you can then teach them. And so then like that's what all of us did. Right. So like, Liz Friedman, learned under Bob. Then she was running her own crews. Right. That's how I was doing it. Like, Lee Hall, John Scannella. I mean, pick anyone who came through the doors. Ali Chiarenza now, he's doing like phenomenal work. He started. It's like, I mean, Bob's just, I really think like paleontology, our game is like, instead of 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, it's like 6 degrees of Bob Harmon. Like, his impact, and ripples, I say, I think he probably positively affected more people than many of the academics in our discipline.
I would agree wholeheartedly. Yeah, I remember when I was in the field and Bob Harmon was around, I felt like things were taken care of. Like, you could rely on him for anything. And I feel that same way now about some of the people that he trained as well. So it's like his legacy lives on in all of these people that worked under him. The Museum of the Rockies Field Program would not be what it was without Bob Harmon. Like you said, so many of those specimens wouldn't have been found and excavated in the way that they were. Yeah.
And
so
don't be, that was a Bob's big thing, is like, don't be afraid to try things, even new things. Like, if it fails, you learn just as much from a failure, than to add in Jack's thing. Glue is cheap. So like, even if something goes wrong, it's not the end of the world, and it's, as well, like take time to stop and think. And everyone who worked with Bob knew this. Like you'd hear Bob like, get up and then under his breath, he'd be like, Christ, then you'd hear the flick of his lighter and he'd be smoking a cigarette and he was taking a smoke break, but
he's
Bob
thinking the
was
whole time.
thinking. Yeah. So, just, that was the best like life skills.
I really like that. Thanks for sharing that, Cary. As we're talking about field work and we're talking about like different memories from the field, shifting gears a little bit more toward not just fossils, but also like living critters that we would encounter. Without me giving it away, there was a story you told me once about one time that you got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and you had kind of a spooky encounter with a particular critter. You know what I'm talking about here? I'm trying not to give it away. As I recall, you're getting up to go to the bathroom, and then you're doing your business, and you hear like a rustling behind you, and you look behind you, and there's this big shape that looms up out of the darkness.
That was when we were in Valley of Fire State Park in Nevada. So it's sort of similar to that. So we were out looking for Frankie Jackson.
Oh, really? Okay.
Actually,
Did
she had gone
lost?
out. I think no, she was like prospecting or something. It was late and it got dark there, so we were going out to look for her.
Is this when you found Nevada Dromius, the first dinosaur named from Nevada?
I don't know if we collected that material or not on that trip. I mean, the fossils we were digging up were like really, really crappy looking.
Yeah. I worked on
it. Was also the hottest place. Yeah, it was the hottest place on earth I've ever dug. So it was like not a good place to do field work with like undergrads who've never been. So, but it was neat. But no, I'd never I've seen jackrabbits. I don't know if they have a subspecies there. I'm sure it's something about like the chemicals in the water that come off of Vegas because we were just outside. But
mutating them, yeah.
Like the jackrabbits there are not only huge, but I guess what do they call the males bucks? I think that's right. They still do that like with deer.
Sure.
But
it's probably true for jackalopes at least. Yeah.
Yeah. They're not really aggressive, but they will the males will come towards you, but they do this thing where they will full out stand on their hind legs. And so, we're I remember we were all hollering for Frankie in our lights, and we hear the bush or something, and we see the shadow. And I mean, those jackrabbits are I'm not lying when I say at least they were basically looking us in the eyes. But this thing, I know it sounds silly, but we're
Oh, looks like we're frozen for a second here. Did the internet cut out? Shoot, right in the middle of the story too. Hang on a second, Cary. I don't know if you can see or hear me right now, but you are frozen at the moment. What's going on? Jackrabbit got him. I guess so, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Give us just a minute here. I'm sure Cary's gonna come back. Joys of a live broadcast. He'll be back in a second, I'm sure. So just hang tight here. I hope you've been enjoying the. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
there's Cary. All right, excellent. Sorry about that.
No, it was my end. It was my internet that went out real quick.
Yeah,
so
no worries. Yeah.
Yeah. Big scary jackrabbits. Didn't know jackrabbits do that.
At
least the ones there did. So and you always have that's the neat thing with the
standing
in the
up
field.
in your flashlight beam. Just what did you think in that moment?
That it was not a rabbit.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
I didn't know what the hell it was. And then I think if I remember right, then they kind of, I don't know what the right term would be, got back down on all fours and scampered or something. Then you could see them, and it was holy crap, that's a jackrabbit.
Yeah.
So
It's funny. The critters that we encounter in the field, it's yeah, especially when you're like looking for someone in the dark and then you just see this thing you don't know what it is looming out of the dark. Yeah. Oh man, goodness. I was just gonna say to everybody in the chat, if you happen to have any questions for Cary, please don't be shy. So I want to ask you a couple of research questions too, veering away from the field for just a moment. So, as a sauropod researcher, sauropod expert, if I can use so lofty a term, I want to ask you a couple sauropod questions. Can you share with us the legend of Amphicoelius fragilis, and then maybe your take on that? Because I know you had a cool publication about this a few years back.
So late 1800s, Cope has a collector outside of Canyon City, Colorado, Ormel Lucas. Ormel did a lot of the bone hunting for Cope. He finds this really big partial, fragmentary vert. There were a few other pieces too. They were really fragmentary. That's where the name fragilis comes from.
Right.
And if Cope's measurements are to be believed, when I say big, I mean, I'm not talking big, like essentially an order of magnitude bigger than any other dinosaur estimate we've ever had.
Right. Just stupendously large, like literally unbelievably large.
And kind of a weird, I won't say tangent, but like it's a lot of those scientific descriptions at the time, they weren't. Like a lot of these were literally like a couple paragraphs in like popular general, even like news magazines, right?
Right. Yeah.
And I thought it was really weird that Cope never wrote about it for the rest of his life, because a few years later he wrote a really important, it's a good paper for students to learn and like why and why not, but basically talking about how lineages increase in body size through time. Is this true or not? That's a good question, but it ended up being called Cope's rule. And I thought it was kind of weird, like he's talking about lineages increasing through time and he doesn't talk about the biggest animal that has ever, like Earth has ever spit out.
Right. Yeah.
So I never really believed it. And I will say what's also, you may be listening and you're like, well, okay, just go measure it again. In the 1920s, there was a paper done by some folks at the American Museum of Natural History, because before his death, Cope actually sold his collection to the American Museum of Natural History.
Right.
And in the inventory list, that Amphicoelius vertebra is part of the inventory. But when the American Museum of Natural History was actually doing their inventory of the Cope collection, this vertebra was not present. And so, I mean, pick a conspiracy theory. Because it was so fragile and broken and crumbling, it was just thrown out. It was misidentified and put in with something else. People still think it's like in a box somewhere. And I mean, people have hunted and looked. Yeah, no one's ever found. So, I went back with John Foster many, 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 many years ago. I will say, Cope actually did. I think it was Ben Chrysler years ago reached out to me and actually showed me. Cope actually, in many of his other publications, actually does talk about Amphicoelius. So I was dead wrong about that.
Oh, wow.
They weren't like actual, like by today's standards publication, but not that I said Cope was guilty of this, but like I had kind of almost imagined, geez, did he realize his error and just never wanted to correct it? Because for folks who know or don't know about the Bone Wars, like that's really how it started. Was Cope put the head on the wrong end. Marsh was like, haha, you fool. And that started it. So like the idea of him not wanting to point out his own mistake again, it was historically plausible. But he actually did mention it in other things. So, I was wrong in that respect. But several years ago, John Foster, who is the Morrison man,
wrote the book,
literally written the books on the Morrison.
On my shelf,
we did a paper looking at that, and it's not accurate by any stretch, because what we did is we looked at the drawing, we tried to base the measurements. Essentially, one of them doesn't match with the numbers, but if you tweak some of the figures, basically the order of the numbers, you still don't get something that works, but you get something that is a lot closer.
Okay.
So we thought it might have been one of these, typographical errors. It's still a giant sauropod. It's still size-wise would make sense in that
Okay.
the top of the formation, these large body sizes.
Yeah, yeah.
But the thing is, it doesn't matter, right? Like everyone has said, including myself, everything about Amphicelius. You can't go back and check it, right? And people
It's
have
not
said since like,
reproducible, like good science should be,
the drawing, and it's like, well, the drawing may have been really accurate, but is it one-to-one?
Right.
Probably not.
Uh-huh.
So
So essentially
and like,
it was a typo, you think, that the scale was off, and that's where the legend of this super gigantic dinosaur comes from.
I even think some of the morphologies. So we do have Ken Carpenter did a phenomenal paper. Now I do not agree with his findings. He named it a new genus like Maripuacina, I don't whatever. A lot of letters and syllable.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, just put a bunch of letters in a Scrabble or Boggle, and that's like that's how it's spelled. And yeah, he said it's a Rabachisaur because of these features. Now, and he did show in his history, Ormel Lucas actually sent a sketch, and the sketch is similar to the drawing that ultimately made it in publication. Now, we don't know, did he have a nicer drawing done based on Lucas's one? Did he have a we don't know. There's too many what ifs. Also, work that I'm doing with a bunch of other colleagues is we like when you look at an actual fossil versus a fossil that was figured, like illustrated, there are some cases where you literally couldn't tell they were the same fossil.
Right. I've seen this
So,
too.
because and a lot of these the drawings they ended up subsequently we think were stylized or idealized, like to account like the paleo the author consulting with the illustrator. It's like, well, this is how it should have been if it was in its natural state, and we don't know, like, was any of this done? Was morphology interpreted? So who knows is the big thing. So I don't buy it. It's the simplest test in the world. Just find another one.
Yep. And nobody's been
I
able
want
to
to eat my hat. I will gladly eat my hat.
I would love for there to be a 250-foot long sauropod that's 8 giraffes tall or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Science is about testability. It's about being able to demonstrate your findings using evidence, and we just don't have the evidence yet. So,
and some people have tried to say, like, well, that's a taphonomic bias. There were all these dinosaurs that got even bigger. They were just too big to be preserved.
You would find their teeth. You would find, distal tail vertebrae that are this big and stuff like that, and we just don't,
That's, in my professional opinion, that's the same sort of mindset as like aliens made the pyramids,
Exactly.
and
yeah.
But because there's no evidence, so you can say whatever you want, which is fine, and it's completely testable. Like, you could find a tooth. You could find, I mean, that tooth, if it was Amphicelius, would be like bigger than a beer bottle.
Yeah,
like,
it'd be enormous. Yeah.
Like we do find big bones in the Morrison. I mean, we do, that's fact. But like, you could still find one of those that, a part of an ungulate, a metacarpal, a chevron, something like that. That would be, and that's all you'd need.
So with that being said, especially with your aliens remark, how long until the History Channel does a series on Amphicelius fragilis? And
for all we know, they're filming one now.
We had a couple of good questions in the chat that I want to share with you, Cary. One from Petrodactylus about sauropods. Are sauropod fossils more or less delicate to handle than smaller dinosaur specimens when it comes to getting them out of the ground in the field?
Oh, that's a good question. Getting them out in the field, I think, is, they're pretty robust because, especially, we leave quite a lot of rock around it because the rock has protected them for all these millions of years. It's going to continue to do so. Right. Now, when you're actually in the lab working with one or collections, it's weird. Their size, in a way, is what makes them delicate because, like, a sauropod vertebra, and you don't really know this looking at the outside, but they're at least half, if not upwards of most sauropods, 70% air by volume. So they're essentially, let's just say they're hollow inside, for lack of better words. So, a lot of times they still break, and there's still matrix that infills them, but there's less like bone buttresses and struts. So, their size in a way, and because, you know, a fossil is much heavier than the real bone would be, so like that lends it to it as well. And sometimes just like we used to like look at femurs, like, you know, to look at them in different orientations. It was a trick that we learned to like roll them up in a mattress and just roll them around and then open it up at certain ways. Like I almost imagine a burrito in reverse.
Yeah, yeah. That's so funny.
So I mean, it is challenging and like, you know, yeah, like I love it. There's the beautiful vertebra, the holotype of Supersaurus at BYU. It is the longest vertebra on Earth, and it's like
enormous. Yeah,
like just shy of like 6 feet. There's a picture I took of me like whispering sweet nothings to it with my leg wrapped around it. And I was told by people at BYU that they got comments that was a lewd and inappropriate photograph.
They would say that at BYU, wouldn't they?
That made me love it even more.
There you go. Yeah, maybe we can on YouTube we can cut that photo into the video afterward. That's great. We had another question from Solvotrode about publishing. When you're writing a paper, Cary, how often do you go, "Oh no, that's too polarizing. Can't publish that. I don't want to start a war here." How many things per paper do you cut out?
I mean, I am an old man. In my younger days, I mean, I wasn't as much piss and vinegar as some other individuals we know, but
oh yeah, that's true.
I mean,
think of a few. Yeah,
science is interpretive, right? You know, the data, right? But you know, 1+1 will equal 2, right? That's now whether or not I'm counting, you know, apples or oranges. That's where the interpretation lies. But you know, 1 orange plus 1 orange is still 2 oranges, right? You know, nowadays, like, I think you can still say someone's wrong, but it's like, and I collaborate with a ton of people that like, you know, a great example, Matt Wadel and I in the literature, we fundamentally disagree about a lot of stuff. And I will admit in my younger, I mean, I was young and stupid. Now I'm just old. But you know, I said like really offensive things and very rude. And you know, Matt was his PhD and everything, and he didn't like smack me down. And then the first time I saw him, I was like, I'm really messed with the wrong. Because he's like a bear with glasses. But especially once we got working on the respiratory infection paper, you know, I mean, and Matt and I mean, I make that sound like we were at each other's throats. We weren't. We did disagree. Sure. It was just interpretations. He had real evidence for his interpretation. I thought I had good evidence for my interpretation. But then actually getting to work with him, like he's a great he's a great guy. In addition to being a great scientist, and we're collaborating. And now we're actually working on a specimen that we both debated. Like in the past, I said you are dead wrong, and he said that to me. So now we're working on that together. So only one of us will be dead wrong.
Right. Yeah.
But, you know, that is really fun. And, you know, people that you might scientifically disagree with, I mean, you can't kumbaya with everyone. But, like, if you can convince someone who didn't agree with you before, your argument is even better. And admittedly, if someone says you're wrong because of these reasons, you should listen to it. So, I mean, I think I'm like the odd man out in Morrison because everyone like, you know, I get more negative citations than positives, which is fair. You know, I'm not right about everything. That's perfectly fine. You know, do I think a lot of other people in the Morrison aren't right about things? Right. But they may be wrong about, in my opinion, they may be wrong about subject A, but I think they're absolutely right about subject B. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Yeah. I really like it. I could talk to you all day about sauropod diversity in the Morrison and how much of it is maybe ontogenetic or stratigraphic. But anyway, I know that you've got limited time here and you've got a guest in your home, visiting researcher. So I'm not going to keep you for too much longer. But we've got another couple of good questions. One of them pretty in the weeds here from Deathsaurus. I have a question for Cary. What do you think BYU 9024 is? Supersaurus or Barosaurus? And is it as crazy big as we think?
There are some papers coming out on that specimen. And this is one I will say, Matt Wadel and Mike Taylor in their SV Pal blogs they now does a blog count or not? We'll let that take. But as far as presenting information, I thought it was great.
Yeah.
There, that was a Barosaurus. Like I ate every bit up, drank every drop of Kool-Aid. I believed it. The morphology, 1,000,000%.
Okay.
And now I work. A few years ago, I didn't know Brian Curtis. I knew of his work, but didn't know him. And now we're there are days I talk to him more than my wife. Like, he's a good friend, good collaborator.
Nice.
And he showed me the quarry maps. And that big vert is in articulation.
What?
Yeah. So
that
changes
everything. So
now I want to see I don't doubt Brian see the quarry maps. I want to see stuff but if it's true, I mean, you could say, well, maybe it is still Barosaurus, but then you'd have to show how elements that those diagnostic features of Supersaurus aren't valid. We have a few other specimens of Barosaurus now, so that gets harder. Or it just means there's something really cool about, I don't know, I'm just making this up, but mid-cervicals in some diplodocines may be more morphologically conserved. I mean, I don't know, but it is super interesting. No pun intended.
Yeah. That's a great answer, Cary, and that's I need to look into this now. That is exciting.
I wanted it to be a giant Barosaurus, just for the record. So I was pissed.
That's how science works, though. Sometimes your pet hypothesis, you have to abandon it.
So I will give the viewers a little sneak peek. So, and if it is related, I have a paper coming out that actually describes the first Barosaurus from Montana.
Ooh.
And it is a cervical. And I spent more time in that paper trying to show how it wasn't Supersaurus. Just because of that.
Okay. Oh, and Cary, you'll be pleased to know that we've got some paleo royalty in the chat here right now. Paleo Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist of Utah, is tuning in.
Hi, Jim. Jim's been asking me about Athanar. Jim, I reviewed the paper. I'm still suspect about dicreosaurs in the Morrison, but John Whitlock, I think he can describe a brain case better than anyone I know. It is interesting. John and I are working together, so there is a specimen at Museum of the Rockies. John described the brain case and said it was a dicreosaur. I did in the matrix. I did the postcrania, and it comes out as sister to Diplodocus. We're describing the specimen together, and then seeing when you actually include the whole animal, where does it phylogenetically fall out? I will say this also as a teaser, and I'm sure this will send Jim he'll have an aneurysm. So I think there's more and more evidence of dicreosaurs in the Morrison. I will say, I like a lot of John Whitlock stuff. Am I 100% convinced yet? No. I mean, I'd love to see, show me a dicreosaurus, cervical vert and dorsals. Then, I'd grovel at John's feet, kiss his feet, all that kind of stuff. But then at the same time, we have a paper coming out where we say there are pterosaurs in the Morrison. So, we're just flipping the table left and right.
And Jim will be pleased to hear that, you're on the pterosaur train as well. Yeah, that's exciting.
I'm sure I'm going to get a phone call from Jim as soon as this is over.
You probably will, yeah. Were you reading the chat right there, Cary? Or did you just know that Jim was going to ask you about that?
No, I can't see. There's nothing that pops up in my chat, but Jim, I saw your Facebook thing. It's just been one heck of a day, so I hadn't gotten time to respond. But when Danny said, you were on it, Jim, I'm like, I know what he's going to ask.
So, because it's exactly what Jim was asking. That and about the age of the Dinosaur National Monument quarry. Do you have an opinion on that? What's going on stratigraphically there?
I mean, hopefully it's an argumentative, Jim, but I believe Kelly Trujillo's stuff absolutely. I believe for dates, not using detrital, using straight crystals. It's I think Kelly is doing the Lord's work for the Morrison. Because it's a formation. Is it even a formation? That's the Western United States. That's a big place, in Montana, we can't correlate. We can't. You get similar depositional environments, but that's because of the retreating Sundance Seaway. So it's that's what always made this big problem. But this is where magstrat is coming in. Now, again, magstrat's really cool. It's also kind of like reading a bag of Oreos. So, but
I gotta remember that. I love that.
but it's
Yeah.
using it as a tool. So I think I really buy the system track stuff that Susie Maidment is doing. Like I think the magstrat, in lieu of not having an ash, is great as a way to do it. And also, a lot of Susie's magstrat stuff is corresponding beautifully to Kelly's dates. So, I mean, I buy it. Like,
Okay.
being, I don't know the latest date. I saw it not too long ago because John Foster and I were talking about it, Jim. But it's
Jim
like
says
whatever.
it's Kimmeridgian is Kelly's latest age for the Dinosaur National Monument.
Yeah, I mean, of course, as Jim knows and is the expert on, like we call the Morrison Late Jurassic, but like in North America, when does that end?
Right. Yeah.
Is like, is that gap between it and, then the early Cretaceous beds, is that 10 million years? Is it 20 million years? Like, so who knows?
Is it way less than that? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, exciting stuff. Are you going to be at SVP this year, Cary?
No, unfortunately, because of all the wonders that is the U.S. politics, I will not be going.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, because I was looking forward to talking with you about some of this stuff, but
there are going to be some phenomenal Morrison sauropod presentations, though.
I've been seeing that in the abstract book. I can't wait. Holy cow. Yeah, good stuff. Again, I don't want to take up too much of your time because I know you've had an extraordinarily busy day, and we really appreciate you taking the time out to talk with us. Before we do some wrap-up questions, would you mind doing a quick lightning round, kind of this or that questions about stuff in the field? All right.
Sure.
Rock hammers, Estwing or ox tools?
That's ox tool, so Estwing.
All right, fair. Screwdriver or oyster knife?
Oyster knife. I mean, I make my own digging tools, but it's like an oyster knife.
All right, that's right. You've got a forge, right?
Oh yeah.
That is really cool. I'd love to talk to you about that sometime. All right, Vinac or Bootvar?
Vinac, but I mean, I've switched over. We do everything here with Paraloid now. I think it's like I love Paraloid.
Yeah, B72, or is that acryloid? Nice. Okay, tents. North Face or Spring Bar?
I prefer a Spring Bar, but the best tent ever in the actually brought a canvas Gare back from Mongolia.
Oh my god, you can't beat that. Shoot.
Nope.
All right, you win that one. Holy cow. Field vehicle brand of choice.
I mean, we rent trucks just because the logistics of it's easier. I mean, I'm a Dodge man. I really like Dodges, so you can't go wrong with a Dodge. They also have like, especially U.S. manufacturers now, it's just a lot. Dodges can be, especially rentals, can be simpler, which is nice. So you may not have as many electrical components that can go weird
in the field if you need to. Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah. Okay. Nice. Jacket separator, paper towels or toilet paper?
I'm personally a paper towel fan myself, but again, the thing that you need at least like a double layer, like paper towel, not just one. I will admit, like I don't care whether or not it's toilet paper or paper towel, toilet paper or paper towel. I am anti-foil. I will gladly die on that hill.
Fair. Soaking the burlap in water before jacketing, yes or
Always soak it before.
That's how I was trained too. Well, at Museum of the Rockies, obviously. Is that how Bob did it?
Yeah. And the good thing is I learned from Bob, and I taught this to the Royal Ontario Museum crews when we had really remote, like some sites we were doing remote jacketing. If you cut your strips and soaked them in advance, you still had to take plaster water, but you didn't have to take extra water.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Did Bob also come up with the idea of using Plockman's mustard bottles as glue containers? Is that a Bob thing?
I don't know if that was Bob. I mean, we all seem to use the glue bottles, although it's weird, like a lot of the Canadian folks, they just have like a big like plastic container they open with like a pipette inside.
Eyedropper? I work with a lot of crews who do that too, and I kind of hate doing that.
Just use a glue
sorry
bottle
to everybody who does. But
or a lot of times what I would do is I would just, because it was cheaper. And because like for some reason I could, now mustard bottles have gone to like that weird like pressure squirt one. It's not the nozzle. So
it's
I would just
gotta go with Plockman's mustard. That's the one where they still have it. I ordered them on Amazon, and
Or you
Yeah.
just wait till back to school special and buy like a bottle of Elmer's glue for like 50 cents and just pour the glue out and just use that. Like
There you go.
that
Fair.
works too.
Yeah. 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 Okay.
Unless you want to eat the glue, then pick whatever brand you want.
It depends what the food budget is in the field.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rubber gloves during jacketing, yay or nay?
I don't, but Bob taught me in the lab using
Uh-huh.
them, especially like dishwashing gloves when you're doing with the fiberglass,
Yeah.
and I
Yeah.
think that's a great trick.
Nice. Okay. And shade tarps, worth the effort or no?
As Bob famously said, and I do completely agree, it's like even a fool deserves to be comfortable. And I can proudly say I got the Royal Ontario Museum using shade tarps because
Good on you.
there was a mindset before in some of the Canadian crews like, did you ever see the Sternbergs using shade tarps? I was like, well, they probably, defecated under a tree. So, we don't do that either. So
Fair. Yeah. Yeah. Good point. Well, that was fun. Excellent.
yeah,
Thank you, Cary. Yeah.
absolutely.
So for just kind of wrapping up here, for anybody watching right now who might want to start a career in paleontology, Cary, what advice would you give them as they're just beginning?
I'm much more of the doom and gloom kind of guy on this subject matter.
Okay.
But I will say, and I know I sound like a hypocrite, I'm not trying to say like, oh, don't do this, but like, I will admit, at least in the United States, I love seeing how big FCP has grown. More people in the field, more people asking questions, more people thinking.
Yeah.
That is wonderful. We just need more. We need a populace that is just can critically think and is science literate. So that just fat out.
Yeah.
I will admit, and there was I think they got a lot of crap for it, but a great new paper that looked at these stats in the US. And I love it. Like they got crap, but I'm like, I wave their banners. I just don't think in the US for students that are getting into paleontology, I don't think we actually do a good enough job of, I don't want to say scaring them, but talking about more of the realities and the challenges. And like, I hope someone out there is listening. If this, like, if you have a company, if it doesn't work out with frost and you have a mitigation company, please hire me. Like, that's the fastest growing, most continuous, most stable job in paleontology. You still get to go out and dig. You can still do all the work. You don't have to deal with administrative BS, government BS, all this kind of stuff. So like, you to be a paleontologist, you don't just have to be a curator or a professor. You like, how many people do we know that are in academia as paleontologists, but are like in anatomy departments, right?
Yeah.
How many people do we know like Jim are at geological societies, et cetera, et
Yeah.
cetera. And I think just, I kind of use the analogy when I talk to some of my, students. It's like, I'm not trying to scare you, but it's the same thing of like, telling someone when they get in a car, it's like, oh, buckle up. You're not saying like, oh my God, you're going to go through a windshield and die. You're just like, it's just like, hey,
you got to be
heads up.
prepared. Yeah.
This is something that could, keep you safe. Right. Or like at night, like, ooh, watch out for deer. Like, I view it in that same mentality. And I don't think we're actually, a lot of my colleagues are going to be pissed when I say this. I don't think we're actually protecting students by not having these discussions with them, because then we throw them into the world as, baby paleontologists, here you go, get a job. And we never really prepared them or even explained like some of the hardships and challenges they could face. Not that they will. And I've seen a lot of people get burned out because of that, who I think are phenomenal scientists. So that's my big thing. Is like, I would say, do what you want to do, but I think it's good just to know some of the challenges and hardships you could come across.
That's a really good point. Yeah, thank you. And I feel like people would benefit from that advice. On that same token, if somebody is maybe volunteering on a field crew for the very first time, maybe deciding whether or not they want to actually pursue a career in paleontology, kind of like you were doing back when you were in middle school or high school with your first jaunt into the field, what advice would you give to somebody about to go out and do field work for the first time in paleontology?
That's a great question. So one, I have to admit this, there are many commercial collecting outfits that do pay to dig programs. So you pay to dig up the fossils. You can even do a prep class where you pay to clean those fossils, and then those companies, so they've made potentially 3 times the money off
Right, because they're
hard
selling them,
labor.
yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to get experience and are considering like what it would actually be like to become a paleontologist, work with someone who is actually a paleontologist. Work with
Right.
someone who is at a field crew that is at a university or an institution or museum, everything like that.
Yeah.
Again, like because a lot of times field crews are acknowledged in scientific papers. A lot of times that's a really good way to get an in, especially students. Like who's oh, where's a place I should work with? Oh, do you know so and so? Like I mean, if you're really digging, you're a couple months, at a time out in the middle of nowhere. So like you really
Right.
got nothing better to do than talk. So
Yep. And
ask
it's the
questions.
connections that you make that are so important. Like that's one thing that I've been continually surprised by. It's not, to a certain extent, it's not what you know, it's who you know in this field. And we can talk about whether that's a good or a bad thing, but so much of it is just who are the people that you know in this field and making those connections.
Yeah.
That's invaluable. Yeah.
And the big thing with the field is like no two people dig the same way.
Yeah.
Which is fair. And like I'm biased just because we did things at Museum of the Rockies. Like I've learned that there are things that I don't do that we used to do there at MOR. Doesn't mean they were wrong. They're just things like I personally don't like that. So when you're digging, and I've had kids I say kids, young adults who've been on their digs and like, well, so and so does it this way. And I'm like, that's great. That's not how we do it.
Yeah.
But again, that's that sort of that Bob toolkit. Going back to Bob, it's like, okay, so and so did it this way. What are other ways I can do it?
Right.
And just always be ready to learn. So like we did that last summer. And I talk about the experience. All of my crew I had one master's student, but he was just becoming a master. So they were all undergrads essentially. They wanted to do research, didn't know how to get into it, didn't know how to do it. Also, just because I hate to say it, like the competition when you're trying to get into grad school. So we came up with a microsite project that we did in the field, and we wrote it up and published it. It came out like in January. And so now all of those, I think it's 6 authors or whatever. I don't even know how many there were. But, other than myself, that was all of their first scientific paper. And so especially those undergrads in the cohort, even if they don't do any other papers before they graduate, they can graduate and on their CV and on their applications for grad school say that they have a published peer-reviewed paper. So
that's awesome. Yeah.
Just trying to give those experiences.
Yeah. That's awesome, Cary. Cool. So how can folks find more Cary Woodruff? Let's do some plugs here. Have you got any like fundraising things, Kickstarters, anything like that going on, or any social media that you'd like to share?
I'm surprised my OnlyFans hasn't been more successful. That's a joke. That's a joke.
One of these days, I'm sure it'll take off. Just keep working, Cary.
Working that pole. No, so I don't do a ton of social media. I mean, I like social media; it's fun, but there's so much, and I am but one lazy man. So I'm on Blue Sky and Twitter at Double Beam.
Yeah.
We're trying to do a lot more. I mean, that's one of the the field programs. Like our first year for the field program, I advertised it, and it was me and the dog out there. But that's true. It's like a lot of that is reputation, right? Like, so, look at these great things we're finding. Ooh, I went on a dig with so and so, and we dug up a blank or blank. So it's a lot of that momentum we're trying to build. And
nice.
The my museum eventually does want to do potentially a pay to dig program, and there are pros and cons. I understand that, but until then, I just take volunteers. So. And just watch my social medias usually in like the early, January, February-ish.
Okay. Yeah.
We had to cancel we were going to do a field program, then stuff in the US got kind of scary. So we figured it was better to be safe and cancel it. But so theoretically come next spring, if you watch my social media, it's also kind of a funny thing because the way it has to work on paperwork, like because the field work is actually done off-site, the museum can't promote it. Because it's not like an on-site program.
Right.
So we're trying to figure some of that out. But so, you just if you're going on like the Frost Science website, you're not going to really see anything about that. But if you check out my social media, then I'll usually have it. And it's simple forms. It's like, it's very straightforward. I mean, I'd love to get to the point where, like, the Badlands Dinosaur Museum crew would be like, oh gosh, guys, I'm so sorry, we can't take someone else.
Right,
We're
yeah.
holding back the gates.
Uh-huh.
And I literally dig like a couple hundred yards away from them, and I'm like, please, I will take you.
Uh-huh. I didn't realize you were so close. That's funny.
Oh, when the wind just right, I can hear Denver.
Probably not. Yeah, he's got some pipes on him. He's not a quiet guy.
We were so close, and like when I was by myself and I'd need help, I would just the horn.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. And hopefully things are amicable too, where everybody gets along, and it's not like a claim jumping sort of situation there.
No, well, I mean, it's great. They're on public land permits because they have a repository. We're not a repository, so I'm on private land. So, it's literally just in this little kind of coulee system. We're just, there's the boundary. There's no fence, but it's like, it's cool. And like, like I'm jealous of Denver's beautiful Lambeosaurus, and I found like the first Chasmosaurus in the US, and Denver's like super pissed. I say that funny. He's describing it, one of the co-describers of it, but it was like I'd like your thing. He finds a beautiful hadrosaur, we find a crappy hadrosaur. They find a beautiful crocodilian, we find a crappy one. He finds a beautiful our preparator, Dan Large. We've been joking about that because we'll find a thing, we're like, oh, isn't this great? And then Steve Clausen will post a picture of their thing in the lab, and it's the exact same thing that we found, only theirs is 10 times better. It's like Borat and his neighbor. It's the exact same thing. So like they have a beautiful ankylosaur or notosaur.
You have to get
we have a crappy one. And that's like a few hundred yards away. Like I can, if I pop up to the hill, I can see Steve when they're there. So
nice. Well, maybe I'll see you this summer because I might go out and visit them at some point and do some live streams. So yeah, that would be cool. So yeah, people can follow you at Double Beam on Blue Sky and on Twitter. Yeah, and then folks should also check out the website for the Frost Science Museum as well. And yeah. It's been wonderful, Cary. Thank you so much for taking the time today. I know it's been a crazy busy day, and hope that Hunter feels better soon too. But yeah,
he's passed out and he's getting. I'm gonna feed him. I'm gonna give him dinner as soon as we're off. So
all right, nice. Well, we won't delay that any further. Thank you so much, Cary. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Danny. Appreciate it.
All right, take care. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Let's end that meeting, and well, that was excellent. Everybody, thank you so much for watching and for all the wonderful questions and your enthusiasm. Good stuff. Holy cow. Dr. Cary Woodruff there, old friend and colleague of mine from Montana. He is now the inaugural curator at the Frost Science Museum, inaugural curator of vertebrate paleontology. Cary's doing some really exciting stuff, and I knew he would be the perfect first interviewee for our new series, The Fossil Finders. Just kind of working out some of the details. This is a little rusty to start with, but only gets better from here, at least in terms of the technical aspects. But man, what a great interviewee. Big props to Cary. Thank you so much for this. Good stuff. Good stuff. When is episode 2 going to be? Excellent question, Tactical Grace. I'm thinking at this point, probably late November, because there is a huge chunk of time where I'm going to be in England for better part of 3 weeks in November. So we're thinking probably the 26th for our next episode of The Fossil Finders. There's a decent chance we might even get on the front page of Twitch for that. We shall see. But yeah, good stuff. And Claire Burr, I'm not sure where Cary. If you check his Twitter, it might be on there. But yeah, and thank you, Ken. It means a lot. Congrats on the steady progression towards upwards. I appreciate that. Yeah. Good to see you, Ken. And I'm looking forward to seeing you at SVP. You're going to be there, right? I saw your name in the abstract volume. So good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. 4 p.m. We can do about another 2 hours here on stream, I think, before I need to attend to some science and everything. Let's take a look at our 3D printer and make sure that everything is looking good there. I have a chance to talk to Cary about this, but I am printing the skull of the most basal sauropodomorph dinosaur that we know of, at least by most counts. What do you think that might be, the most basal of the sauropodomorphs? Is that my baby, says Dyson Dinosaur? No, think earlier. Yeah. And Jim says, I want to report on Maidmont's talk. You got it, Jim. I'll do that for you. Yeah. Come on. Earliest sauropodomorph? Also maybe earliest dinosaur in general. The answer, of course, is Eoraptor. I'm printing it in 2 pieces, this Eoraptor skull, and if it turns out well, I might put it in the SVP charity auction. I'm trying to find cool things that are small enough that I can fit in carry-on luggage when I fly to England, people will be excited about and will bid on in the auction. And I think an Eoraptor skull, that's a good bet. Yeah. And how's the Cariocecus printing going? The skull is finished. I don't yet have the supports removed, but let me show you, Filippo. Thank you again for sending me the files. I haven't done the lower jaws yet. I had to switch to a smaller nozzle, so it might be a while until I do the lower jaw, but I got the skull. Let me grab it. Here we are. So again, it's not going to look pretty. It still has supports all over it that I haven't removed yet. But there we go. There's the back of the skull. And oh, there's another missing part here. Let me go grab that. Hang on. There we go. This is the prettiest part, because I had removed most of the supports, but there's the maxilla right there. So there we go. So I'm just going to try and hold this. Let's just put it on the desk. There. This, of course, is the skull of a brand new Iguanodontian dinosaur. Iguanodont dinosaur. Cariocecus from Portugal. There we go. It's gonna be like that once I get the supports removed. Some of those I have to do here. Sorry about the noise. Fit on like that. Anyhow, been so busy with other things I haven't had a chance to really work on this much. And probably won't get a chance to until after I get back from SVP. As it turns out, I was working on designing my poster over the weekend, completely forgot that they're in vertical format, so I kind of have to start from scratch. So anyhow, yeah. But thank you again, Filippo. Can we get another shout out for Dyson Dinosaur here, who is a fellow dinosaur paleontologist who also streams on Twitch. If you like dinosaurs and dinosaur paleontologists, or if you like tabletop games like Dungeons and Dragons, you'll find all of that on Dyson Dinosaur's channel, along with Jurassic World Evolution 3. Nice. Dyson Dinosaur is from Italy originally. Many of his streams, I think, are in Italian, but on weekends he does English language paleontology streams, which is pretty convenient. That's the time that I don't stream, usually, is on the weekends. So if you're jonesing for some dinosaur paleontology on Twitch on the weekend, Dyson Dinosaur's channel is where you can find it. Anywho, yeah. I seem to recall there was a new YouTube video with Adam Savage, formerly of Mythbusters, looking at some dinosaur stuff. I've not had a chance to watch that yet, and I figured this might be an excellent time for that. So let's take a look at this, shall we? Adam Savage meets a Triceratops and a Mosasaur in person. What is this about? Is this like Blue Rhino Studios or something? No, at the American Museum. Okay. Nice.
Hey everybody, Adam Savage.
Oh, and hang on a second. Silvo Trode says, given that holotypes are single individuals... Oh, yeah, this is a good question. How often do you think that specimen might be smaller or larger than usual? Or how do you judge? Well, and how mature is it? Is it an adult or is it a juvenile? And how does that affect its phylogenetic placement? These are things that I think about all the time, Silvo Trode. I kind of wish that other paleontologists had this at front of mind more often. But it's definitely a thing. Oh man, we could talk about this. I could talk about this for days. So that's a big question. That's a big question. Yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur, hey, thank you for being here. You have a wonderful evening, Filippo. Appreciate you. I still need to email you about our collaborative stream next week about your new paper. Oh man, I'm excited. Anywho, let's get into this video.
Hey everybody, Adam Savage, and I am... Where am I?
You're at the American Museum of Natural History on the 5th floor in the exhibitions department.
And this isn't being exhibited. This is going out on exhibit. But Beck, this is your work.
This is my baby for now.
God. Now, when you're tackling something like this, Roger, you're not replicating something that anyone has seen before. I know that you have a lot of data, but how do you interface with the sculptor to get paleontological accuracy?
And what species of Triceratops is this supposed to be? It looks like they're kind of going for a prorsus angle here. But with Triceratops, we've got two named valid species. There's decent evidence that there might be an anagenetic lineage, so calling them different species might not be quite the right idea. They would be chronospecies, like the same lineage evolving over time from the lower Hell Creek to the upper Hell Creek. It looks like they're kind of going for Triceratops prorsus here, with the kind of triangle-y nose horn like this, the shorter, stouter brow horns, kind of a shortish frill right here. Is that what they're going for? Huh.
Yeah, so Beck did an enormous amount of work to make this model over the last year, and we have a lot of interaction in that time. And, you know, this is a model of Triceratops, the horned dinosaur. You might...
So yeah, the beak looks very... Well, no, I don't know. Is this supposed to be Horridus? The angle of the horns reminds me of trikes from, like, the middle Hell Creek, or a little bit lower. Yeah, and this is very... Is this based on the MOR, or the AMH Triceratops specimen? Because according to some people, that's not even Triceratops. I've heard from several researchers that this should actually be called Torosaurus. The frill is way too short, says Jim. It's interesting. It's interesting. I wouldn't be shocked if they based it on this specimen. Notice how long the snout is on this particular trike here. There we go. Open image in new tab. Okay, hang on. See if we can embiggen that properly. There we go. So look at how long the snoot is on this critter. So, from the nasals right here in the premax and the rostrum, really, really long snoot right here. It kind of looks like that's what they're going for right here. Isn't Torosaurus just Triceratops? There are some paleontologists who think that. I might be one of those. But we're not going to get into that right now. I know it's a controversial topic. And I know Jim disagrees with me on that before you start typing Jim. Anyway, I'm eager to talk with some other researchers at SVP about this. But, yeah, I wonder if they're basing that model on this specimen. The horns look similar. But yeah, the frill is oddly short here. I wonder if that's a camera angle thing, if there's some foreshortening going on, or I wonder if that's a conscious choice that they made. Yeah. Let's take a look.
Might have heard of it. It's kind of famous. And it's for a new exhibit that we're opening in November called Impacts, the end of the age of dinosaurs.
Ooh.
And we really wanted to capture what Triceratops might have looked like as a real animal based on scientific evidence.
Yeah.
So nobody's ever seen Triceratops alive. Mostly all we have in the fossil is the bones, although we also have things like skin impressions.
Right.
And the footprints, so the fossilized trackways that tell us a bit about how the animal moves. And we're trying to use all of that information and fill some of the gaps with plausible information too. And it basically just involves a lot of back and forth over a long time, like trying to find things that work and make sure we're sticking to the scientific evidence.
Right. So I can tell right now that they put the butt fuzz on it. Which is one of these things that Jim might be tearing his hair out a little bit right now. Yeah. So, in one particular specimen of Psittacosaurus, there are these weird, almost quill-like structures coming off of the tail there. Again, to my knowledge, there's only like one or maybe two Psittacosaurus specimens that have this. And I've heard not just from Jim, but from a few other researchers too, that might actually just be plant material. This particular specimen is also a little bit, shall we say, suspect, because it was illegally smuggled out of China. It was stolen. And various researchers in Europe were working on it and publishing really big high-profile papers on this critter. But, like, this is contraband. Should we really be publishing on this? And given that it was a commercial specimen that was sold and smuggled out of the country, are we really 1,000,000% sure that that is real? A lot of cases of fossils that were sold on the commercial market, smuggled out of China, and they turned out to be less than 100% authentic. In the sense that sometimes there are combinations of different animals that are stuck together. So, Archaeoraptor leaps to mind, where it was a combination of two different dinosaurs, like a bird and a non-avian dinosaur. So it was pieces of a Yanornis and a Microraptor that were combined. This is a big scandal in the late 1990s, early 2000s. Yeah. Here's a link if you want to read more about it. This is not Archaeopteryx, which is completely legit. This is Archaeoraptor. Similar name. Yeah. And also not to be confused with a Caroraptor. Man, that gets confusing. But yeah. And yeah, this is the cloaca one too, Claire Burr. The Psittacosaurus. Psittacosaurus cloaca. Oh, here we go. Cloacal opening of a non-avian dinosaur. This is, to put it bluntly, the dinosaur's butthole. Not a joke. They have that in this specimen. It's the same one with the butt fuzz on it. So yeah, the vent. There you go, Claire Burr. Yeah. Well, this piece if you want to read it. There you go. Yeah. And Microraptor. No, Silvotrud, not Microraptor. Archaeoraptor was a big scandal. Not Archaeopteryx, not Microraptor. Parts of it were Microraptor. That's kind of the... Anyway. You could read about Archaeoraptor if you'd like to. Yeah. And are you saying the butt might be fake? I don't think that is, but here's the thing is that you can never really be sure if you're dealing with a fossil that was purchased on the black market. There should always be some bit of doubt in there, some uncertainty. I'm not saying that it's fake. I'm not saying that it's completely illegitimate. What I'm saying is that there's always got to be a twinge of doubt there if you know that the specimen is illicit, that you know that it was smuggled out of the country, you know it was purchased on the black market, you know? So yeah. But yeah, the bristles could be plants. I don't know. I've heard from several researchers that, that folks in China, Chinese paleontologists, don't like to portray Psittacosaurus with the quills, the bristles like that. But they don't buy it. Because there are literally hundreds of specimens of Psittacosaurus. Many of them with skin like fossilized skin, soft tissue like that. And how many have the bristles? One, maybe two? And are they actually part? I don't know. What I'm saying is that I don't know. I'm not trying to make a big claim here. I don't want to say anything that's going to upset anybody, but, you know, as scientists, we've got to be scrupulous about these things. A little bit of healthy doubt is good, you know? Yeah. As often in science, I guess the answer is we need more data. Exactly, Tactical Grace. Exactly. Yeah. And hundreds of mummies. Some of these formations in China are extraordinary, Deathsaurus. I mean, Jim has told me stories. Looking through the collections of some of these museums, just wonders beyond description. So yeah. 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 Anywho, so a lot of depictions of ceratopsian dinosaurs will feature bristles like that on the tail, and again, this comes from one fossil that's been published, as far as I know. And so, just do an image search for Triceratops. Look, there's one with spiny quills coming off of the base of the tail. Again, we do not have this for Triceratops. Like, as far as I know, we don't have evidence of that. And yet, just based on that one Psittacosaurus fossil, well, here, let me search different ceratopsian. Let's look at Diabloceratops. Dawn to Blues, baby. And I'm not doing a very good job of demonstrating this point, but a lot of folks will. Here, let's just search Ceratopsid paleoart. Because a lot of paleoartists are very fond of putting those quilly things on the rears of their ceratopsids, their horned dinosaurs. And that is based, as far as I know, solely on that one Psittacosaurus fossil that one should be a little suspicious of, you know? So anyhow, I'd love to see somebody publish on this idea and like get that into the literature, you know. But anyhow, and that's not to say that dinosaurs didn't have all kinds of soft tissue structures that we're completely unaware of until we find a really good specimen. I'm not inveighing against that idea. What I'm saying is that I don't know how strong the evidence is for ceratopsia having quills like that, you know? Yeah.
We're not just trying to make a monster, we're trying to communicate something we know about an animal that once lived on Earth that we think is really cool.
So Beck, you get skin impressions or skin reference to start to create the texture of the skin. How does that process work?
Actually, the skin is like the last element of this. It starts off where we come up with a pose, and there's a lot of discussion with Roger and a staff to kind of figure out what the environment of this animal, how he's going to stand, and like what interaction he's going to have with other animals or the space. And then from there, we'll make a.
Although, to be fair, with ornithomimids, like they're part of a group of dinosaurs that should be feathered. So it's wouldn't be surprising that they had feathers. Quills on a dinosaur like this, that is novel, you know? So it would be more surprising.
Small scale model. And that will kind of give everyone an impression of what, you know, the environment is.
Right. That's the first agreement.
That's and it also kind of gives us an idea of scale.
So yeah, again, we're only seeing it from the front, so there could be some foreshortening going on where it's making the frill look really short. But I don't know.
So it's hard to tell like how big this thing is, you know, on this scale, but it gives everyone a good idea. And
Will you sometimes take that scale model and put it into a model of the room it's going in to understand how they'll relate to each other?
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. And then from there, we can kind of figure out the other elements like of this diorama. So it's going behind a large tree, so we can see like what areas don't need to be worked on as intensely because it's behind the viewer.
Gotcha.
So it helps us kind of figure out where to put the hatches for like access to the inside of the animal when we're taking it apart and reassembling it.
Oh, because he's not necessarily monolithic and he has to be moved places.
Yes, yeah. So everything in our museum has to kind of fit through 2 double doors. So you can't see, but there's seams in this.
Yep, there we go.
And they travel. You know, it travels to different venues around the country.
Of course, when Triceratops was alive, the dinosaurs themselves, they would have used triple doors. But we didn't do that when we made the museum.
So, very tight-fitting hatch here. But you get an idea.
Here we go. So this is for the crew to be able to escape in the event of an emergency.
It's very crude on the inside.
Yeah.
There's a steel armature in there with these wooden gussets. And then over the gussets, spray foam is applied, and then I carve that down.
Ah, okay.
So it's just, you know, it's the same stuff that you use in walls.
Right.
You know?
And you're using these wooden ribs that are kind of getting you close to the overall shape.
Yeah, within a few inches.
Right.
Very cool. Silvotrode says, do you think an animal that big would care about a human? Or would we be like mice, too small, not a threat, wouldn't notice? That's a difficult hypothesis to test.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
Kind of hot in these rhinos. The perfect timing.
Kind of hot in these triceratops.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. So a dinosaur like Triceratops is really big, even for a ceratopsid. So, find you one with scale here. Here's one of the best Triceratops depictions I've seen anywhere. Oh, this is really good too. Okay. Nice. Yeah, Saurian's Triceratops. I love it so much. It's so good. So yeah, it's a big animal, but it's not like person versus mouse size difference. Elephants are similarly large to Triceratops, and they pay attention to people, you know? But it's not like least as of yet, we can't travel back to the Hell Creek Formation 66 million years ago and test whether a Triceratops would take notice of a person walking around next to it. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, and that's really cool, Tactical. Right? Velociraptor model get really neat. Yeah. And I'm glad that they have feathers. Nice. And Deathsaurus says it's probably that big because it had to deal with a very big predator. I mean, this animal did live at the same time as Tyrannosaurus. And large body size is a defense against predators. Often a pretty effective defense. But yeah. And Mayor of Space says, I would think it would depend on the dinosaur. You would think that elephants should disregard puny humans, but young bulls will charge people, trying to scare them. They are bullies for no reason other than fun. Yeah, some elephants are, you know. Some are just bad-tempered.
Well, animals are a lot like people, Mrs. Simpson. Some of them act badly because they've had a hard life or have been mistreated. But, like people, some of them are just jerks. Stop that, Mr. Simpson.
It's true. So, what... I think that a person is sufficiently large, even compared to a Triceratops. It's not like you're not going to evade their detection. They'll notice you. If you happen to hop back in a time machine, go back to when Triceratops were walking around 66 million years ago. Yeah. And did they go into something like must? That's a good question, Golganik. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our video here. Oh, and I should point out that I think they're trying to portray Triceratops horridus with this model here. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be Triceratops horridus, which is earlier in time than Triceratops prorsus. It very well might be the same lineage of animals evolving over time. It's not like they've speciated and you've got different species living contemporaneously. It might just be that, hey, Triceratops as a genus, they just look different over time. They're evolving throughout the Hell Creek Formation. Like this. There's a really cool paper about this. It's here actually. In the journal PNAS. The Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Very prestigious, and they should have picked a different acronym if they didn't want us to call it PNAS. But anyway, really cool paper by Denver Fowler and John Scannella, Mark Goodwin, Jack Horner. So looking at
global and serious game of paleontology.
And Seba Sun, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So there's that figure there. So just looking at how these animals are evolving over time, really, really cool paper. So there's a link there in the chat for you. And it is open access, no paywall. Anywho, let's continue with this video here. I think we were about here?
Close to the overall shape.
Yeah, within a few inches.
Right.
So that I have room to play with the foam.
And so then you sculpt down to get the form, and then you sculpt down into that to
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so then it gets coated, actually you can see here, it gets coated in a hard shell.
Right.
And so this allows us to be durable and lightweight. And so over this, then the texture gets applied. But
so that's clay, right?
This is an epoxy. It's like a two-part epoxy. And it feels a lot like clay, but you have like a 2-hour window. So sometimes I'll make like a texture mold, which like for this guy, we're gonna go with like kind of an elephant skin texture. So I actually took impressions off of our elephant collection.
So this looks like it's almost finished.
Yeah.
Okay. What is left to work on this guy?
So once everyone's done, everything gets moved to the gallery, and then
That eyeball also seems so small compared to the size of the animal. Triceratops has got pretty big orbits, pretty big eye sockets. It's an interesting choice to give it an eye that's so small. It reminds me of like the eye of a whale or something. It is beautiful. Little pink pony, yeah. Yeah. I probably would have made it a little bit more brightly colored, but that's just me. Yeah. It's a beautiful piece of work, though.
And everything gets set up. And so the setup will involve, you know, obviously transporting it, but then we'll have to do a little detail around the feet to kind of give it, you know, to ground it in the space a little more. So it might involve like adding some dirt and there's actually a trunk that he's going to be, he has in his mouth.
Oh,
so,
nice.
Yeah,
He's pulling down a tree.
He's pulling down a tree. Yeah,
Oh,
we
that's
kind of
very
referenced elephants and other.
It seems like a very dynamic pose.
Yeah.
And Glovian says that curve on the upper beak. So this, I think, is in reference to the Triceratops specimen that they have on display at AMNH. Right here, like I was saying earlier, who's also got a very sharp curve to that beak. Here's a cast of it here. Yeah. Which, again, there are some paleontologists who go, that's not Triceratops, that's Torosaurus. Okay. Anywho. Yeah.
You need to take some of your own advice.
Niffler?
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
Good advice.
And that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs?
Bad advice.
Don't give
So
up
much
on
knowledge
life,
shared
sir.
and gained. Thank you for all the fantastic content. Thank you for all your efforts in representing science communication and its importance at TwitchCon.
Thank you, Niffler.
Congratulations on the new Fossil Finders series. The first
Very
one was fantastic. Most importantly, thank you for your infectious enthusiasm that you bring to every single stream.
Thank you, Niffler. I don't know how to do it any other way.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
And thank you, Darth Goof, for the 50 months of support right there. Excellent. Niffler, thank you so much for the kind words.
These plant eaters or herbivores had as many as 2,000 teeth in their jaws at one time.
And Bet Medler, 39 months there. Thank you very, very much.
Paleocerasti.
Excellent. And we've got a hype train going, just like that. Brilliant. And Wibbs, how are you doing? Hello. Yeah. Ceratops, they're such cool animals. They really are. Yeah. Here, I'll take a moment away from the video as people want to contribute to the hype train if they, it'd be great if we could meet our sub goal this week. If anybody has got any spare gift subs lying around. Or some bits. Thank you, Little Pink Pony, for the 100 bits there. We've got about 4 minutes to try and get to a level 1 hype train here. Thank you, Little Pink Pony. I appreciate that. Yeah. And Crimson says Torosaurus are depicted with fenestrae in their frills. And other chasmosaurs are known to be young, have the horn holes developed. A lot of them do, yeah. In fact, I think pretty much all ceratopsids that are known, even from juvenile specimens, already have the fenestrae. The idea for people who think that Torosaurus is the same dinosaur as Triceratops, I'm pretty well convinced of this idea. We think that it just happens late in ontogeny. But yeah, holy cow, Anonymous... No, Reaganation.
Reaganation is overloading
for those 10 gift subs. Look at this very enthusiastic Tinamou bird, just like those 10 lucky chatters. So excited at your generosity. Are you too excited? Shoot! Holy cow. Reaganation, thank you for your generosity there. I appreciate that very much. And thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Another bird getting up some mischief there. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for your mysterious generosity directed at Crimson Carnotaurus. Good aim. Yeah.
Myosaurs always
ate their vegetables. Unicorn Dust, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Good stuff. Yeah. And Solvotrode.
You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Solvotrode.
Only Boss Taurus.
Boss Taurus, yeah. The bull. This animal's so much larger than a bull, and yet it's also a quadruped. It's got horns, 8 plants. Yeah. But Mayor Space makes a good point here. Thinking about Triceratops probably wouldn't have been so fearlessly aggressive as elephants can be. Since unlike elephants, these guys wouldn't have been the biggest guys in their neighborhood. Sure. Yeah. You had other dinosaurs that were even larger, like Tyrannosaurus and Edmontosaurus in the same environment. So yeah, Triceratops was not the biggest dog on the block. There were other larger dinosaurs that they would have encountered on a regular basis. So yeah, pretty interesting if you think about it. As big as they were, Triceratops was not the biggest. They probably were the largest ceratopsids. There's a thing where, oh, we've got 3.5 minutes to try and get to a level 4 hype train here. Wow. Cary mentioned this during our interview. Cope's rule is this idea that as a lineage of animals continues on, all other things being equal, they tend to get larger. So as you have like a group of animals evolving, there's new species that develop. They tend to increase in size over time. They tend to. It's not a law. It doesn't always happen. Thank you for the 200 bits, Reaganation. Thank you for that. Excellent. Appreciate that. And Triceratops is an example of this, where it is the last of the ceratopsid dinosaurs, and maybe the largest too. So often, like, the last member of a group will be the largest one. It's not always true, but it often is. Cope's rule is what we call this. Was come up with by Edward Drinker Cope, the same guy who named Amphicelius fragilimus. Oh, yeah. And Mayor of Space says, I tend to increase in size over time if I'm not being careful. And I mean, when you're in a small room or something like that, you gotta watch out for that. Yeah, that you're not Alice in Wonderlanding yourself while you're indoors, you know? But yeah, so Triceratops, it's a big animal, you know? And one of the largest, if not the largest, of the ceratopsids. There we go. There's a bunch of different kinds of ceratopsid over, throughout the late Cretaceous. And Triceratops is just one of them. Where is our Triceratops here? Is here at the bottom? Yeah, Triceratops horridus. They're calling Netoceratops a separate taxon here, which I don't buy. But, oh, what is this? Speaking of growing over time, Solvotrode, thank you for the 400 bits.
There's a little present for you lying in the driveway.
Let's see.
Boy, really?
Oh.
Oh, I wasted $5 on these.
Well, there's a 50-50 shot that you get the good ending to that. Thank you for trying, Solvotrode, with those 400 bits. Anytime somebody cheers 400 bits, it's a 50-50 shot. You get the good ending. Anyway, ceratopsids. There's a lot of different kinds. They evolve really quickly. Different horn and frill shapes. They tend to be fairly conservative with the rest of their body, with their postcrania, to the point where, like, a lot of paleontologists don't even really study that part of a ceratopsian. But yeah. Anywho, yeah, and thank you, Claire, for posting this as well. Lots of different shapes and sizes for different ceratopsians. Ceratopsids. Pretty neat. So much diversity in this group. Much of it is temporal diversity, so like... These guys did not all live at the same time. This is a span of about 20 million years at the end of the Cretaceous. 20? Yeah, we'll say about 20. But yeah, good stuff. And yeah, we have 3 right here in the chat. Triceratops, Styracosaurus, and Navajoceratops. Someday I'll do more of these too, but that's the 3 that we've got for now. Anywho, we're still less than halfway through this video. Let's continue, shall we?
Yeah. So, but that's going to involve like
I'm gonna grab a snack
possibly
too.
integrating that
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
space more. So.
Behind this, I saw some stuff that was much more in progress. Can we talk about that stuff?
Sure.
This is an early relative of whales.
Oh, wow.
So you know whales look like fish, but they evolved from mammals that lived on land.
Yeah! Oh, very cool. Is this like Ambulocetus here? Oh, super neat. So some of you are not familiar with this yet, I'm sure. But oh, perfect. Perfect song for this too. So whales start off as 4-legged, hoofed mammals. They're kind of wolf-like. They're artiodactyls, so related to things like deer and pigs and hippos especially. And then we have fossils of each one of these different stages, mostly from South Asia, Pakistan, India, surrounding regions, for these earlier guys. And there's now a bunch of in-betweens between all these different stages too, which is super cool. But yeah, whales, they're such a fascinating evolutionary story. Really cool. Getting into Dorodon. Yeah. But yeah. Any whale researchers, especially people who work on fossil whales, they probably got their head in their hands right now. It's like, this is so out of date and incomplete. But yeah, it's meant as a basic explainer. And check this out.
Much more in progress. Can we talk about that stuff?
Sure.
This is an early relative of whales.
Oh, wow.
So you know whales look like fish, but they evolved from mammals that lived on land.
This is what an early whale was?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was wild.
And Jim says, while you're at the KPG boundary, this is a link to an incredibly important open source paper that kicks the leg out from the Ute Titan stool. Everyone should download and quiz Danny about it. Is this Alessandro's new paper? Yeah, we talked about this a couple days ago, Jim. Yeah, this was really good. Interesting stuff. I'm looking forward to talking to Alessandro about this in person at SVP. But yeah, we talked all about this the other day. Some things in this I found surprising. I still need to read it all the way through, but it's good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow, let's continue with our video here. I appreciate you sharing that, Jim. Yeah.
Walked on
Data's
land,
impeccable.
so.
Here we want our
Look pretty
models
good.
of extinct animals to represent us, reflect our scientific understanding of them. Right. Like sometimes like a cutting edge scientific understanding, and some of those things, they don't seem intuitive to us as humans, because the fact is we never saw these animals alive.
Right. So you'd say it's got each one is the current story we have of everything we know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we know a lot sometimes. For Triceratops, like many things are known. There's a few things that like go slightly beyond our knowledge. There's things I really love about this. Like we tried to make it like a colorful animal.
Yeah.
You know.
Digging these bones out of the ground is a slow process.
Thank you, Tara Lee, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Sorry, I'm eating right now. Very hungry.
Dinosaurs, they're displaying to each other, they're communicating. We know a lot of dinosaurs have feathers.
Yeah, yeah.
We've got these filaments on the back of Triceratops, and those are what we call proto-feathers. They're single.
Jim, what do you think about this? the butt fuzz, as I've heard you call it. Yeah. He says proto-feathers here. Again.
To each other, they're communicating. We know a lot of dinosaurs have feathers.
Yeah.
We've got these filaments on the back of Triceratops, and those are what we call proto-feathers. They're single filaments that are kind of the evolution.
Jim says, not a chance. Interesting. Yeah. I don't feel like I can be quite as stringent about that. Quite as strident, rather. But yeah. And Psittacosaurs gave rise to nothing. Interesting, Jim. Because even if Psittacosaurs did have the quills... They are, Jim says, not ancestral to ceratopsids. So it would have to be that these guys and ceratopsids both inherited this structure from a common ancestor. So yeah, I wonder about that. Yeah. I love your take on this, Jim. Yeah. Anywho.
Evolutionary ancestors of feathers.
Yeah.
We've got these filaments on the back of Triceratops, and those are what we call proto-feathers. They're single filaments that are kind of the evolutionary ancestors of feathers.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and we don't have those fossilized most of the time. So we don't strictly know about them for Triceratops.
Yeah.
But we do have an early relative of Triceratops, where it's a remarkable fossil that preserves the skin and these filaments along the back and the tail. So we wanted to include that knowledge of dinosaurs as close evolutionary relatives of birds that, share features like that with birds.
Amazing. So, Beck, speaking of being not precious, have you been in the middle of sculpting or working on something and someone came in and said, hey, we just learned some new things and this is all out?
I wouldn't know if there's like new things, but I will say, like, for instance, on the head, I think I had to resculpt or recarve it a lot. Like, probably.
Yeah.
It took a long time just to get it right.
I hope you don't mind a compliment, but the skin looks like it has real weight hanging off a skeleton.
Oh, thank you.
It's just gorgeous.
Thank you.
I'm blown away by this.
It's really amazing.
Thanks. But I mean, he had so much to do with, like, I had no good understanding of, like, the feet.
Right. They're weird feet.
They're so weird, right?
They are really spectacularly weird.
So we really worked together on kind of figuring out, like, what they would look like.
And again, if you want to do, especially the hands of Triceratops, there's a really cool paper that came out in 2009, I think? Was it Fujiwara 2009? Or my PDF library. Fujiwara, Triceratops. There we go. Yeah, in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology. JVP. So people often get Triceratops' hands completely wrong. And their feet, too, for that matter. So, like, Jurassic World, Triceratops. Yeah, there's a toy right there. There's... the model. I mean, just... It's not good. It's really not good.
This guy stinks!
They just give them elephant feet. And they did not have this. That's completely wrong. Completely wrong. Fujiwara will show you what it's all about. Based on fossil footprints and really well-preserved specimens in articulation like this. The hand of this animal, the forefoot, whatever you want to call it, those front limbs. You've got 4 digits contacting the ground. And then 1, maybe kind of not. So, it would look like this in life. So their footprints look like that, or handprints. Yeah, so like this, not like an elephant, you know? So yeah. And is there a good one? Yeah, so there's good reconstructions. Saurian does a really good job of this. Where their Triceratops is excellent. I rave about it all the time. It's just really well done. Yeah. They really paid attention, consulted with paleontologists, that kind of thing. Because it's not easy to do. Triceratops, it's not an easy animal to draw. Like, the head is a really complex shape, and getting the perspective correct and everything is tricky. To the point where there are dozens and dozens and hundreds of illustrations of Triceratops where people are not really careful enough. They're not like drawing from an actual fossil, and so there's just really lousy depictions where, you know, people just get it completely wrong. You know, stuff like this. Yeah, stuff like, I don't know, where the perspective is just all off. It's like, what's even going on here? It's a notoriously difficult dinosaur. Ceratopsids in general, getting the perspective correct on their horns and frills is tricky. Like, it takes some real artistic skill and understanding of those shapes. So I don't know, there's a ton of, like, illustrations in creationist books which are hilariously bad. I mean, they're creationists, so, like, they can never seem to get anything right. But, yeah. Plenty of examples. But yeah. An interesting commander. Legacy, glyphic, kind of, yeah. If we're talking about the elephant feet thing. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with our video here. I don't want this to take all night. We're almost halfway through it.
And give it the right spacing and...
Incredible.
I mean, we're looking...
Yeah, talking about how difficult it is to
They're weird
They're
feet.
so weird, right?
They
you
are
would
really
never...
spectacularly weird.
So we really worked together on kind of figuring out, like, what they would look like.
Good on them for getting this right, you know?
Spacing and...
Incredible.
I mean, we're looking at the side at the moment, and you can see, like, these are two of the fingers.
Yeah,
These are the front feet, so they're fingers.
There we go. So they're referencing Fujiwara here, I
nothing
think.
on the end of them. They just end like it doesn't know what
no
it's
claws.
doing. And the claws are on the three innermost fingers of the hand. And, you know, this is like, it's unlike, if you looked at an elephant, that's just not what the foot looks like.
Right.
There you go. Good on them for getting this right, you know? That makes me smile. Good for them.
They should look like elephants, but in the real fossils, this is what it's like. And, you know, this is happening because, do you know, whenever you see a quadrupedal dinosaur, so a dinosaur with its hands on the ground, walking as a four-footed land animal, whenever you see that, it had an ancestor that was a biped like us.
So that's the...
Yep, so that's the ancestral state of dinosaurs. It's two-legged animals. Again, every dinosaur would have evolved from a critter that would have looked a lot like this. A critter I'm currently 3D printing for the SVP auction. Eoraptor. All of the very first dinosaurs look like this. So Eoraptor we think is a basal-most sauropodomorph. So it's this guy that the sauropods evolved from, your long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. Here's one that's kind of beginning to go quadrupedal in like the early Jurassic or... Yeah, it's the early Jurassic. Looks a lot like Lufungosaurus here. But that evolved from an animal that looked like this. The earliest... well, some of the other earlier dinosaurs are things like Panphagia. Yeah, so again, small, two-legged, probably mostly meat-eating dinosaur. You've got other earlier ones like Eocursor. Their little bipedal runner like this. We don't know whether or not they had feathers, but yeah. Eocursor. So dinosaurs at the very beginning of the age of dinosaurs. Way back Triassic period. Dinosaurs first evolved about 240 million years ago, give or take. Probably like in the Ladinian stage of the Middle Triassic, maybe Anesian. But anyway, dinosaurs continue through the Triassic. They take over the Earth by the beginning of the Jurassic, and they hold on to it all through the Cretaceous. And then you have the asteroid that strikes at the end of the Cretaceous. Kills all the dinosaurs that were surviving at the time, except for a handful of bird species. So anyhow, but yeah. Yeah. Let's continue here.
Land animal. Whenever you see that, it had an ancestor that was a biped like us.
So that's the first pass is bipedalism.
Yeah, so the first dinosaurs are bipeds, and Triceratops and its relatives, they evolved to be quadrupeds from a bipedal ancestor. This is very different to mammals. But it seems that a consequence of that is when they evolve to be quadrupeds, you know, you get all kinds of weird hand structures that are just unlike things we see today.
Before we leave this room, I just wanted to talk about another work in progress. You've got a mosasaur and some a diorama happening up here. What's going on?
Oh, man.
Actually, I'm just seeing the colors on this for the...
So a mosasaur having its carnivorous way with this elasmosaur here. Oh, man. It really, like, you're really getting a lizardy sense from this guy. I like that a lot. They're, like, really making the point that this is a marine lizard, because that's what mosasaurs are. Unlike dinosaurs, who are... think of them as like weird proto-birds. Mosasaurs are straight up a kind of lizard that took to the ocean. Super cool.
First time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we've been working on this for a little while, and we discussed like color references. And this animal, you see, that's a mosasaur. And mosasaurs look like kind of like dinosaurs, right? In that they're giant extinct reptiles. But do you know they're actually lizards?
Yep.
So lizards are around today, and we see them all over the place. And during the age of dinosaurs, lizards evolved. One of the things one group of lizards do is they evolved to live in the oceans, a bit like whales. Yeah. And they became gigantic. So the biggest lizards that ever lived were mosasaurs.
Silvo Trude says, how can you not be fascinated by a mosasaur? They're just superlative animals. They are so cool. They're cool in a lot of the same ways that leatherback turtles are cool. Big marine reptile, biggest of its kind. Like, what are they even doing? You know, so cool.
Whales. Yeah. And they became gigantic. So the biggest lizards that ever lived were mosasaurs that lived at the time of dinosaurs.
Terrifying.
And I never saw...
This is a lizard that's like the size of a killer whale, or bigger, you know? Just bonkers.
I'm seeing these colors for the first time today, and it's really exciting to me.
Shark Geek says, this looks so awesome. I need one on my living room wall, please and thank you. Very, very cool. They're so neat, Shark Geek. And we know that they had encounters with sharks on the regular. So this is kind of almost a cliche in paleo art, are these depictions of either mosasaurs eating sharks or sharks eating mosasaurs. There were some big sharks around at the time. Things like Cretoxyrhina at in the late Cretaceous of North America, that may or may not be related to modern white sharks. Cretoxyrhina. There we go. They were big. So it's about a white shark-sized, carcharodon-sized shark, but I don't know if they're thought to be lamniform sharks or what. Here's a painting of one just nabbing a pteranodon out of the air. A lot like a white shark might do. Yeah, there's one pursuing a fossil leatherback. Yeah. Cretoxyrhina. Cool animal. Yeah. Oh, and it's not a megalodon. This is a different kind. So this is long, long, long before megalodon. So megalodon, I think, shows up in the Miocene during the age of mammals. So what, like 30 million years ago, 20 million years ago, something like that? And they go extinct by about 3 million years ago. We're talking Cretaceous times. So Cretoxyrhina is from the Cretaceous. Here's a link if you'd like to read more about them. But yeah, super cool. The name means Cretaceous sharp nose. Interesting. And it was a mackerel shark. Okay. So it is a lamniform shark. So I guess it would be related to modern white sharks. I think it's thought that these guys go extinct when the asteroid hits. So they don't make it through. In fact, yeah, they die out before the end of the Campanian, I guess. So yeah, yeah, they're what, Cenomanian to Campanian? So they go extinct at the end of the Campanian, so they don't even make it out of the Cretaceous, I guess. Yeah. Measuring up to 26 feet in length, so far. Yeah, pretty cool. Anyway, so this is like, if you're gonna depict a big shark swimming around at the same time as the dinosaurs, Cretoxyrhina is a great go-to for that. Yeah. Anyhow. And they were mostly western interior seaway sharks. Wonder if shrinking water affected them? Maybe, Murph, yeah. I also would not be shocked if it turns out these guys actually make it into the Maastrichtian in places. But again, we just have such a limited fossil record in a lot of spots. Yeah. Oh, and I forgot, these guys are more commonly referred to as Ginsu sharks. There's a science fiction short story about one of these guys that I can share with you. Where was that? Oh, wrong button. There we go. Knock over. Yeah. It's in this book, as I recall. You know the name Ginsu shark? Nice, Sharky, yeah. Yeah. What was that? So this is cool because there's academic articles written by paleontologists that's interspersed with stories written by science fiction authors. So yeah, this one is called Unnatural Enemy. By Paul Anderson. There we go. But, yeah, so this is about an elasmosaur and a Ginsu shark. Cretoxyrhina, I think. And, they just have this vendetta against each other. I think the elasmosaur gets attacked by the Cretoxyrhina, by the Ginsu shark, and kind of vows revenge. It sounds goofy, but it's really well written and dramatic and, yeah, interesting. Unnatural Enemy by Paul Anderson. Yeah. Just a short story. Yeah, anyway. Cretoxyrhina. Long before Megalodon, this was the big shark swimming around in the late Cretaceous in North America. Back when, North America was split in two by an inland sea. So at the time, the Dakotas, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, they were underwater. And this was the domain of plesiosaurs, mosasaurs, big rayfin fishes like Xiphactinus, and Cretoxyrhina, the Ginsu shark, swimming around in here. That's why we find their fossils in places like Kansas and Nebraska today. Cool stuff. Yeah. And the name of the book that is in, Tactical Grace, that short story, is The Ultimate Dinosaur by a bunch of different authors. So it's a compendium. Yeah. From the world's leading scientists and visionaries. Very, very lofty. What were the dinosaurs? What was the world like in which they lived? What ended their 150 million year reign? Here, try 178 million years. What if they had survived? You know. It's fun stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Zyphactinus is really interesting, Shark Geek. Have you seen that, Well, I don't know if I'm gonna play a clip because I feel like we've gotten YouTube has freaked out about this before. Anyway, yeah, with Nigel Marvin chased by sea monsters. I think you'd like this a lot. It's a little goofy, but it's fun. Nigel Marvin goes back in time to visit the most dangerous oceans in Earth history, and so he encounters things like Dunkleosteus here, Zyphactinus, giant orthocones like this, sea scorpions, etc. Ancient whales like Basilosaurus, stuff like that. It's a lot of fun. Chased by sea monsters. It's a good time. But it features Zyphactinus, which is a really common big tarpon-like fish from the end of from the late Cretaceous. Just kind of a nightmare of an animal. I mean, look at that. They get to like 17, 20 feet long, so like approaching 7 meters. Just enormous. Yeah. 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 Super cool. And Hanny says, was the WIS uplifted or did the water go away because of climate conditions? Kind of both. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so sea levels dropped, and then you also had uplift in the middle of North America that would have caused all of this to dry out. And it's kind of debated when that happened. So like with this globe here, if we go to 66 million years ago, this is when the asteroid hit that ended the age of the dinosaurs. They depict the wisp almost completely going away by this point. And I don't buy that this happened. I think it happened after the asteroid impact. Not because of the asteroid impact, but like it would have happened a few million years later. Because here's the thing. I was talking with Denver Fowler and Clint Boyd and a few other paleontologists who work on this sort of thing. People who work in North Dakota, digging up fossils there. And the thing is, at the very, very end of the Cretaceous, 66 million years ago, you still find marine animals in deposits here. So I think this is wrong. Like, it hadn't dried up by the time the asteroid hit. So not only do we find marine animals in those deposits, but also, in North America at the time, you have Laramidia, that's what we call this ancient subcontinent in the west, and Appalachia in the east. So these were isolated. And we know that we've got different kinds of dinosaurs here and here. If that seaway did dry up before the asteroid hit, you would expect to see a hodgepodge of weird creatures showing up here in the west. Like, if this really happened and suddenly you could walk all the way across North America unimpeded, you would get all kinds of weird eastern things showing up in the fossil record at the very end of the Cretaceous, and we don't. We don't. So there's multiple reasons to think that this is wrong, and that seaway was there through the end of the Cretaceous and extended into the beginning of the Age of Mammals. But anyway, I'd love to be able to bring somebody on and talk to them about that live on stream at some point, about the Western Interior Seaway, and how long it persisted and that kind of thing. But anywho, yeah. Oh, another interactive map from HHMI. Oh, interesting, Claire. Start interactive. Oh, cool. Okay, let's go back to the Cretaceous. Oh, so this is the present day. It's not changing. Oh, we have got to slide it back. Oh, super cool. So this also shows the Western Interior Seaway drying up before then, which I don't think it did. But yeah. And it doesn't even show the Cannonball Sea. What? There was another time when there was an inland sea at the beginning of the Age of Dinosaurs, or at the beginning of the Age of Mammals, rather. And they don't even show that? Weird. Anyway. It's kind of the heyday of the Western Interior Seaway. Yeah. Really neat. This is cool, Claire. I gotta bookmark this. Yeah, Earth Viewer. There we go. Nice. Good find, Claire. Beautiful. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back into the video here. Back to our mosasaurs. These are critters that Josh Lively works on, and we were talking with him about that when we were in the field in Utah. There's one chowing down on a poor protostegid turtle. Oh, we know they did this on the regular. There's all kinds of turtle shells from this time that have got like huge chunks taken out of them, teeth embedded, all kinds of stuff like that. Oh man, yeah. Anyhow, very lizardy looking mosasaur here. I should. Anyhow, let's continue with the video.
We're going to ask, how is it?
Yeah, I'm really excited. You know, it was the same with Triceratops, seeing the colors for the first time. We had in mind, you know, what it looks like, what living animals it's going to draw on knowledge from. But when the colors go on, it really becomes a real animal.
Yeah.
And you feel like you're seeing the animal, and nobody's seen it before. And like, for me, I never did this type of thing before I came to the museum.
This
but
isn't finished yet.
it's an incredible thing.
It sounds like
beautiful as well.
It sounds like a magic trick happening all the time here.
Yeah, it is. And you know, you can see the other animal here, this long-necked animal. That's belongs to an extinct group of reptiles called plesiosaurs that also lived at the time of dinosaurs.
Well, one of them's living in Scotland, right?
Well, yeah.
We might talk about that tomorrow, actually. Or maybe if I end up streaming Friday, we'll see. But yeah. I'm trying to decide whether I want to do a Loch Ness Monster stream before Halloween, or maybe on Halloween. But I also need to spend a whole day, at least, working on my SVP poster. I'm kind of trying to figure out whether I take tomorrow off and then do a stream Friday, or just do this tomorrow and then take Friday off like I normally do. I think I'll probably do that. Probably stick to the original plan and do a Loch Ness Monster stream tomorrow. And fair warning, it might be a bait and switch where, you know, we talk about how there's not really any evidence for a big monster living in Loch Ness. However, there are real-life sea monsters today plying the world's oceans, leatherback turtles among them. Anyhow, I think that'll be fun. But yeah. And Murph says, could it bend its neck that way? I think it probably could. That's not a crazy, crazy bend to the neck. Yeah, these guys do have fairly stiff necks. Less flexible than you would imagine. We encountered a skeleton of one of these guys on display. There we go. At Western Wyoming Community College earlier this year. Here we go. Let's get to our elasmosaur. Haha. Nice.
You've got this big barrel-shaped torso, and then you just have a crazy long tail right there. What's actually the neck? He got the animal back.
Oh, so this is, I'm describing what the mistake that Cope made. Cary referred to this during the interview too, if you were here for that. Yeah.
Rivals during the Bone War. Neck. Crazy. Now, when Elasmosaurus was first described, it was named by Edward Drinker Cope, who was, you know, Othniel Charles Marsh's big rival during the Bone Wars.
So that's these guys here, Cope and Marsh. These two guys on The right here, Edward Drinker Cope. And on the left, Othniel Charles Marsh.
And an elasmosaur may have been what helped kick off the bone wars in the first place, because when Marsh was first naming this animal...
When Cope was first naming the animal.
He made a bit of a goof, and that he put the head on the wrong end.
I made my own goof. I got their names mixed up. Cope put the head on the wrong end.
So imagine putting the skull right here on the end of the tail, and then you've got this big barrel-shaped torso, and then you just have a crazy long tail right there. What's actually the neck? He got the animal backwards.
Ontogeny.
And Othniel Charles Marsh pointed that out. And, yeah, it became really obvious that, yeah, Cope really goofed on this.
Yep.
And Marsh never let him forget it.
Yep.
That's part of what kicked off their decades-long feud.
So the legend goes that Cope desperately tried to buy back every copy of the manuscript that he had published, getting this animal backwards, and Marsh kept some of those copies and distributed them around to his friends and said, hey, look at what a dumb Cope is, you know?
It's partly what fueled the bone wars from the 1870s through the 1890s. But yeah. And I mean, you can almost understand that mistake when you just see how bonkers this animal is. I mean, it has an absurdly long neck. It's almost difficult to imagine what this animal was doing when it was alive. Just crazy. Like what?
When I say stiff neck too, it was certainly flexible to a certain extent, but it's not like, you know, ribbon-like, snake-like. You see older depictions of this animal, and they're practically tying themselves in knots. You know, they're doing the swan neck posture like this. They're all coily like that. They couldn't do that, you know. This, they couldn't do that. Certainly not.
What are the evolutionary pressures that cause you to develop such an incredibly long neck? The old idea is that the neck was really flexible, almost like a snake or something like that.
Yeah.
And that it could, you know, kind of maneuver its neck into a school of fish and, you know, kind of swish its head back and forth and just be able to nab whatever it was trying to catch. But when you actually look at the vertebrae themselves, they don't show a great deal of flexibility. So for one thing, you've got these huge neural spines right here. So these are that's the projection off the top of the vertebra. The spinal cord runs through the neural canal, so you can see a little hole right there in the vertebra.
Yep.
So these neural spines project upward off of the vertebral centrum. And as you can tell, they're so big that they don't really allow for a lot of flexibility. So this animal would not be able to kind of adopt that swan-like neck pose, like in the famous surgeon's photo of the Loch Ness Monster. They couldn't do that.
And I should save this clip for tomorrow when we're talking about this. But yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to the VOD if you'd like to take a look at this. This is at Western Wyoming Community College in Green River. This is in Rock Springs, Wyoming. Yeah. And Murph says those are already touching at that angle? Yeah. So the neck was not very flexible up and down. It was more flexible from side to side. As you would expect, I guess, from an animal through the water. So this pose right here, I find this very believable. I buy this. Yeah.
So many people's idea of if the Loch Ness Monster existed, what it would look like. It would look like a plesiosaur. And do you know that there are fossils of freshwater plesiosaurs, small freshwater plesiosaurs in Scotland, but they lived 160 million years ago.
So it's a little bit too much.
We think that they're extinct. Just so much work that goes into this. A couple of weeks ago, I was looking at Jake with how do the scales on the head transition into the general body texture?
Yeah.
And like, what's the junction between those?
And Kier Dorian, these are actual size, yeah, for sure.
It's going to look like, and sort of work as potentially a real animal that doesn't seem incongruous to us.
Minnie.
Roger, who's your...
Hang on a second. We're getting another visit from Minnie Pie here. What's going on with you? You seem a little spooked. Come here for some reassurance? This is one of my landlords here, chat. This is Minnie Pie. How are you doing, Minnie? What's going on with you? Yeah. Oh, look at you. Look at you, Minnie Pie. Yeah. Oh. He's gonna hang out with me while we continue this video? Alright. Let's do it.
Responsible for the paint job here?
This is done, I mean, the whole thing, not just the paint.
Yeah.
Is the work of an incredibly talented colleague, Jake.
Okay.
Who's actually, he's just standing over here.
Can we... Hello, sir.
Nice to meet you.
All right, I'm going to talk to Jake now, Roger.
Right,
Thank you.
good. This was a pleasure.
I really appreciate it. It's amazing. All right, Jake.
All right.
This was your baby.
Yeah, this has been about a years-long effort, and it's been not only a challenge in getting the science right, which we work with Roger on, but also the engineering of getting these things to fly.
They're all off a central pillar.
Right, although they'll hang in our gallery.
Okay.
But since we travel these shows, some venues don't have that capability to hang things from the ceiling. Right. So we have this floor stand, which is...
I do love to hear a little bit about the engineering considerations. It's like, if this is going to be a traveling exhibit, it's going to be at different venues that have got different capabilities and different limitations. How do you design an exhibit like this that'll work in all of these places? I find that interesting too. Of course, I'm here for the science and for the artistry, but those practical considerations, I find that fascinating as well. Jamiel, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hello, hello. Good to have you here.
A couple of I-beams that come up through, and a truss inside the mosasaur, and something similar inside the plesiosaur.
Oh my gosh.
So that he floats there.
Talk to me about how a paint job like the mosasaur here progresses. Were you given any color information about what the dinosaurs might have looked like?
Yes, well, we base these creatures on modern relatives. And so Roger suggested we go with caiman lizard.
Nice. Caiman lizard, yeah.
A really colorful
creature.
brute. Look at him.
And although this animal has more texture.
So I see the paint job on this looks mostly finished. Are you about to start tackling the plesiosaurus paint job?
Yes, exactly. So this is the base coat. It's underpainting layers. Plesiosaur is modeled off this monitor lizard.
Okay.
And so I'm starting in now with these sort of fleshy tones, and then the yellow coming on the back. I'm going to add in this sort of greenish hues.
Oh, that's going to be so much fun.
It's a lot of fun.
Do you start with like just a pencil, just sort of sketching in where you're going to
Kindred
paint?
Soul.
No, I just kind of go for it. We've got these big,
big old HVLP,
air brushes, and then smaller guys to get in more with detail. And you start with the light colors and move towards the darker colors at the end. And then there's some push-pull.
It's gorgeous. It is really, really beautiful.
It's been a lot of fun.
Dude, oh my gosh. I'm so excited on your behalf. Like, painting is my favorite part of the process. What is your favorite part of the process?
I really like the sculpting.
Yeah.
I like getting in with the textures and the carving stage, which...
so this is after you...
And so Kirdorian says, I'm wondering, this neck is so obvious for that predator. You're saying that it's actual size, but thanks to the museum, predators don't seem to make much effort to hunt. What was the struggle for predators back then? I'm not sure I understand your question, Kirdorian. I mean, both of these are predatory animals. So elasmosaurs is like this. It's a type of elasmosaur, plesiosaur. Here, excuse me, Minnie Pie. Got my keyboard here. Do you want some treats? Is that what you're after? Is that your desire? Huh? Okay, let's see about that. Is that what you want? Okay. Okay. So most ocean animals are predators. There's very few herbivorous marine animals. The oceanic food chain is, you start with that base layer of photosynthetic phytoplankton, and then basically everything either eats that or eats the things that eat that. There's very few, truly herbivorous marine animals. Not many things are eating plants in the ocean. If that makes sense. These treats here. So elasmosaurs are also predatory animals. They're eating fishes, squids, maybe ammonites, things like that. Yeah, there we go. Going after fishes and what have you. Oh, I loved it. I love Doug Henderson's plesiosaur illustrations. They are so good. Holy cow. So anyway, these guys are mostly eating things that are smaller, things that they can fit in their mouths. A mosasaur would be able to eat much larger prey than this. And we do know that mosasaurs ate plesiosaurs, like this elasmosaur too. So the mosasaurs were the top predators in their ecosystem. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. And they very well may have leapt out of the water like this in order to catch them. There's a scene in Prehistoric Planet talking about this. But yeah. Yeah. And Caradorian says, getting food for predators seemed so easy back then. In some cases, sure. But in other cases, it would have been more difficult. It really depends. So yeah, predators often exert a lot of energy in hunting and feeding. But yeah, everything is a calculation that they have to make. Like, is it worth trying to eat this other animal? Is it worth the effort? Is it worth the energy? Is it worth the time? Yeah. And are mosasaurs the ancestor of crocodiles? No. No. So mosasaurs, like I said, are a kind of lizard. So yeah. They're related to, we think, probably either monitor lizards or snakes. Snakes are a kind of lizard. These guys are either most closely related to monitor lizards, like the Komodo dragon, or to snakes. It's still debated. We're still figuring this out. But it's so cool that they develop these very, almost whale-like body forms. Some of them even evolve a dorsal fin on the back like that. And this tail fluke, almost like a fish. But yeah, they were very much a kind of lizard. So they're not related to crocodiles. They're not close to crocodiles at all. Yeah. And how big did Mosasaurus get? Super big pigeon being. So like well over 40 feet long, we think. Like 13 meters or more. They were big animals. Like this. So like longer than a killer whale. Pretty neat. Yeah. And crocodile is not a lizard, no. So Caradorian, crocodiles are on the opposite side of the reptile family tree from lizards. So crocodiles are closer to turtles and birds. I'll show you on our tree of life here. So let's go to the sauropsids, the reptiles, including birds. Right here. So here are the reptiles, sauropsids. And so you've got two major branches that are still around today. You have the lepidosaurs, which are lizards and snakes. Snakes are a kind of lizard, strictly speaking. And then you have the tuatara. Only one species left. And then you have this group over here, the birds, turtles, and crocs. So crocodiles are more closely related to birds than they are to lizards. Crocodiles and birds are like this. They're close relatives. Lizards are way over here. Yeah. But yeah, birds and crocs both belong in a group called Archosauria. And you might look at a crocodile and a bird and think that these are very different animals, and sure, they do look very different. A bird and a crocodile. However, if you try and imagine what would be an animal that's kind of in between, if you were to do an artistic combination of a bird and a crocodile, what would that look like? You'd probably give it 2 legs. You'd still have scales on it, probably. Be a long tail like a crocodile has, teeth in its jaws, but otherwise like bird-like in its posture. You've just described a theropod dinosaur. You might think that birds and crocodiles are very different animals, but here is the in-between. Dinosaurs are the in-between. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. So Ice Allen says that makes sense. Good. Good. Yeah. So here. We're talking about what is a dinosaur and what isn't. These are different kinds of reptile, and then we have mammals over here too. So these are different amniotes. Anyway, birds are up here. And birds evolved from small, 2-legged, feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs. Things like Velociraptor, right here. So dinosaurs are kind of the in-between between a crocodile and a bird. Crocs are over here. They're like cousins to the dinosaurs. So yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. So, no, lizards... Crocodiles are not a kind of lizard. They're not closely related to lizards. Crocs are a lot closer to birds.
Change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, a successful group would dominate and it would last.
It would last forever. Adult Viper. Thank you for the 9 months of support. Thank you for that Prime there. I appreciate you. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho. RB42 says all dinosaurs are birds these days. And no, rather, all birds are dinosaurs. Well, I mean, both is true. If we're talking about any dinosaurs that are alive today, the only dinosaurs that are alive today are birds. Birds are the only ones that survived that asteroid impact, ensuing extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous. Birds are the only dinosaurs we have left. But it's still really cool that we have dinosaurs around today. They're birds. Yeah. And I've never had a pet bird, Lilithfart. No. No. Pigeon Being wants to know, when did crocs evolve? It depends what you mean by crocs. Because we've got a whole bunch of different kinds of weird crocky things from the time of the dinosaurs and from slightly before. So there's a big crocky guy, here's little crocky guys. All kinds of weird crocky guys. It gets a little bit complicated, but are these crocodiles? Not strictly speaking. When we say crocodile, we're generally referring to the clade that includes modern crocodiles. So I'll show you what that means on our Tree of Life. So here's crocodilians. All of these guys share a common ancestor. They all evolved from the same ancestor. about 87 million years ago, give or take, maybe 90 million years ago. What's a few million years between friends? You know? So during the Cretaceous is when this modern group of crocs diverged from the other crocky guys, all of whom are extinct now. So for what we call crocs today, crocodilians, these guys have their origin in the Cretaceous period. But before them, there are all kinds of weird, almost crocs, almost crocodiles. Pseudasuchians, we would say. Aedosaurs and Rawasuchians and all kinds of weird critters like this. Not dinosaurs. Neither of these is a dinosaur. They're croc relatives. I call them crocs. Here's the thing. Is that it's a little hard to explain to a lay audience. So crocodile, or true crocodile, is family Crocodilidae. So these are all just a few species that all share a common ancestor. They're all members of the same family. But then you have Crocodiloidea. So this is the Crocodilidae, the crocodile family, and their closest relatives. Then you can go out even further, Longarostris, and then, Crocodilia, and then Crocodilomorpha starts to include other weird crocky guys that they're not quite true crocodiles, but they're close. And these guys go back to the late Triassic period. And then you go out to Pseudasuchia, and it gets even broader than that. And you get these weird guys like Postasuchus and Desmatasuchus, both of which are pictured here. Those are the same critters that you see in this illustration. Pseudasuchia is the crocs and their relatives. Does that make sense? Yeah. Oh yeah. So, pigeon being, when you ask when did crocs evolve, it depends what you mean by crocs. There's relatives of true crocodiles that go all the way back to the Triassic period. But the true crocodiles that we have today, they date back to the Cretaceous. As far as I know. Yeah. So yeah. Anyhow. And Caradorian says, are sauropods more close to crocodiles than T-Rex? No, they're both equally related. So Caradorian, to go back to our this diagram here. So crocs are over here. I know that they look close to T-Rex just based on... I wish I could turn off the auto. Anyway, so they might look like they're close to T-Rex right here, but that's arbitrary. You could flip this any way you want. The sauropods, the long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs, and theropods like T-Rex, they are both equally closely related, or equally distantly related, to crocs. It's the same distance from crocs to either of these groups. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyhow. And Trick Track says, so at some point they moved into the water? Yeah, there used to be so many different kinds of Pseudasuchian. You had land-living guys, you had guys that lived in burrows underground, you had ones that would run and ones that would walk, you had ones that lived in the water and ones that didn't. Some of them even took to the water and started living in the oceans full-time. Things like Metriorhynchus. This is a croc that evolved to look like a dolphin or something. It had a fishy fluke on its tail. There's a whole family of these guys. They lost their armor plates too, their armor scutes, their osteoderms. They got rid of them. We're in the ocean full time. We don't need these anymore. We want to be sleek, streamlined, fast-swimming predators. You gotta ditch that heavy armor. And they did. So really cool, this group. So here's the thing about crocs, is you give them half a chance and they evolve all kinds of weird shapes and sizes. You even had plant-eating crocs that lived on land. Things like Simasuchus, this little pug-nosed crocky guy. They were plant-eaters. Super cute too. It's like the croc version of a pug. How cool is that? Yeah. Anyway, crocs are fascinating animals. They're so cool. Really, really neat. I wish Alexander Morrison were here in the chat right now, because he loves crocs. But yeah. Silvo Trode says, do all clades evolve equally fast? I feel like mammals and birds evolve faster than crocs or lizards, no? It depends. Like, again, you give crocs half a chance, and they evolve in all kinds of crazy directions. If there's like an evolutionary vacuum, if there's new niches to expand into, they can evolve really quickly. Certain groups of animals do evolve faster than others. A lot of that is generational time. So like, here. So like, elephants versus mice. Elephants have much longer generational times, you know? An elephant might be pregnant for a year or two. What's the gestation period for an elephant? Is it like 18 months, 22 months, something like that? So, they take a long time to evolve. You know? If it can take you several years before you produce the next generation, it's a lot of time. Evolution's going to happen pretty slowly for a big animal like that, with super long generational times. Also, an elephant might be 10 or 20 years old before she has her first baby. It's a long time. As opposed to a mouse. You know, mice, they can start having babies when they're what, like a month old or something like that? So you can have hundreds of generations of mice, maybe in the time that it would take an elephant to breed for the first time. So mice can evolve a lot faster. And you can have many more mice in an environment than an elephant. Elephant needs a lot of food, it needs a lot of space. You could probably have hundreds of thousands of mice in the same environment that can only support one elephant. So you've got many more chances for new generations and then genetic mutations to happen. So mice can evolve a lot faster than elephants can. So there's differences like that. Also, animals have different susceptibility, different likelihood of genetic mutations happening. With certain animals, you get mutations left and right all over the place. Like, you get a new generation and there's just mutations all over the place. Other animals don't mutate as readily, so you don't get evolution happening as fast. I'm not the person to talk to about this. You should go follow Science streams and ask them when they're live. Balint and Lita are both geneticists, and they could tell you all about this. Like, what are the genetic mechanisms that can cause or prevent mutations? Certain animals mutate all the time, and certain animals hardly ever have mutations like that. There's like mechanisms in place, safety mechanisms almost, that keep them from mutating. So yeah. Caradorian says, you know a lot about biology and species? I know a bit. What's your specialty, your favorite stuff? Dinosaurs are what I actually work on. So there's I'll show you a few. Here's an Alvarezsaur. This is Mononychus here. This is very similar to a dinosaur that my team published in 2020. Trirarchuncus. This critter right here. So a member of my team found a really important piece of this critter in 2015. And then here's the paper from 2020, and there's my last name right there. Here's the paper. Trirarchuncus prairiensis, the last Alvarezsaurid. And, there's me right there. Anyhow, so I work on these guys, I work on Spinosaurids. These long-snouted, fish-eating dinosaurs. Yeah, I've worked a little bit on several groups of dinosaurs, and I'm also starting to get involved with a modern animal. And we were talking about this guy yesterday. leatherback sea turtle. It's a real video here. I've recently become enthralled with these animals, and so I'm starting to get involved in their research and conservation. This is still a new thing for me as of this year. Dorian, this is a real video. No, it is. Absolutely. These guys have been around since the Cretaceous period. They first evolved at the, while dinosaurs were still walking around on land. They're still around today. There's one species left. Dermachelys coriacea. Such a cool animal. So, you should check out our VOD from yesterday. We talked all about leatherback turtles. Yesterday was Turtle Tuesday. We were talking all about these guys. Yeah, they are so cool. Yeah, they are enormous. And here's actually a few people. There's Scott Benson there on the right up here. Need to ask him about doing an interview sometime soon. I went down to meet him in Monterey at the beginning of September. Anyway, leatherback turtles are gargantuan. They're the world's largest reptile, largest living reptile, according to some people. It depends how you measure them. And Cary Dorian says the size can't be real. We would have heard about it. No, it's very much real. Leatherback turtle. Yeah. The largest of all living turtles and the heaviest non-crocodilian reptile. Reaching lengths of up to 2.7 meters. That's 8 feet 10 inches. And they can weigh 1,100 pounds, 500 kilos. Remarkable animals. They're so cool. You can see why I'm so excited about them, right? What a privilege to be able to share our planet with these animals. Like, that we happen to live at the same time as such a remarkable creature. And yet, they are on the verge of extinction. Like, they really, really need our help because their numbers are declining rapidly. So population size is going down by about 6% every year. At least here on the Pacific side of things. We get leatherback turtles off the coast of San Francisco, where I live here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And their numbers are dwindling. They could be completely extinct within a few decades if we don't do something now to protect them. So that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited to talk about them on Twitch, raise awareness about these creatures. Here's a sticker that I made to pass out at TwitchCon. There we go. They've survived 800,000 centuries. Don't let this one be their last. They're incredible, incredible animals. Just superlative in so many ways. Yeah. Yeah. And needing for a certain kind of area. No, they live all over the world. They don't live in one particular place. Again, we were talking about this yesterday. So they are what we call cosmopolitan. They live all over the world. Basically everywhere except for the high Arctic and the Antarctic. But you can find them off the coast of North and South America, Africa, Asia, Europe, Australia, New Zealand. Everywhere. Yeah. In the Baltic Sea as well? Yeah, Olesfarten. Yep. Yep. They're not common there, but they have been spotted there, as I understand it. Yeah. And Gazaway says, does not having a shell mean that they can apply more energy toward being larger? To a certain extent, yeah. Yeah, but it also allows them to dive extraordinarily deep. So, here. Let's see if I can find where Scott Benson talks about them here. Talks about the depths to which they can dive. So the same guy I was showing you in that video, or in the photo rather. There we go. Yeah, this guy right here, Scott Benson. He gave a really cool talk about these animals a few years back. Here it is.
Because it's capable of diving to some great depths, and having a flexible shell allows compression at depth.
Yeah.
It's got a very high growth rate due to its high vascularization. This makes the animal very difficult to age by using bones,
Anyway, so that they can dive incredibly deep, like probably 3 times deeper than the world record for a scuba diver. World record scuba diving depth. There we go. The world's deepest dive on an open circuit scuba stands at 1,090 feet. I think leatherback turtles have been documented going about 4,000 feet in depth. So, about 1,000 meters in depth. And this world record dive here, it took him 15 minutes to dive that deep, but to come up and not die of decompression sickness, to come back up from that depth, it took him 13 hours and 35 minutes. Whereas leatherback turtles will dive down deep. It might take them, I don't know, probably less than 15 minutes. And then they just come right back up. Maybe even faster than the descent. The ascent is super quick for them. They don't get the bends. They don't get decompression sickness because they've evolved several mechanisms that prevent that. It's amazing. They're such extraordinary creatures. Yeah. And MCP, small world, yeah. Scott Benson at Moss Landing Marine Labs. Yes, indeed. I helped them set up some robots for some... That's so cool, MCP. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. Here's a link to that talk that Scott gives here. But let me find a video of him actually speaking to the camera. There we go.
Unique about leatherback turtles, they are huge animals. They engage in these incredible migrations across the Pacific Ocean. These animals are able to maintain a body temperature greater than their environment, which is very unique for a reptile.
Yeah.
And they do this all on a diet of jellyfish.
Just extraordinary.
Truly.
I mean, jellyfish are some of the least nutritious things in the ocean. Like, you could eat anything else and easily make a living. But this is what they do. They're jellivores, as Scott says. Yeah. What's their way of living? They don't go on land to lay eggs. They do. The females go onto land to lay their eggs every few years. And they don't have many predators when they're full grown. Maybe killer whales or maybe some species of shark, but for the most part, they're kind of too big for anything else to eat them, you know?
Magnificent animal, and I think one of the reasons why it doesn't receive more attention is because it's not an animal, it's easily seen. Essentially, hatchlings leave the beach and they're about that big, and
they're about this big, actually. Oh, right here, here's my 3D printed baby leatherback. When they first hatch, they are this big. And then they grow to be over 8 feet in length, 500 kilos, just extraordinary, you know? So cool.
when the people see them again at the nesting beach, they are animals that weigh 1,300 pounds and almost 6 feet long. We're here.
So I was, again, I was this close to being able to be on this boat at the beginning of October. So this is it's a small boat. This is called the Sheila B. There's usually 5 crew members on it. I've been talking with Scott, and he knew that I would be super enthusiastic about participating in this work. And he said, well, you know what? If we ever have somebody who calls in sick or somebody can't attend, he says, you could be our backup. You could be our understudy. I'm like, great. Okay. I didn't think it would happen. And then we had the government shutdown that was looming. And so some of the folks who were federal workers would not be able to be there because of the government shutdown. So I was all set to join, and then it got canceled because of bad weather. So maybe next year, you know?
We're off the central coast of California between Half Moon Bay and San Francisco to learn more about movements of these animals. They're a very cryptic species. They lie very close to the water, not very much is exposed. We're most able to be effective with the help of an aerial team. And they essentially spot the animals for us and direct us to them. When we get on a turtle, it's a pretty exciting couple minutes. After the net is put on it, we have it alongside the boat where we secure it with some additional ropes. And this boat is a very unique vessel, like a small landing craft. We have a lot of nice PVC plating, rubber siding on here to keep the animal protected from hurting itself.
Good, that's good.
We put a transmitter on some of them to track their movements across not just the Pacific, but look in finer detail to help inform our fisheries about where these animals might be relative to different environmental conditions and what kind of depths it might be diving to. We also sample them remotely with a camera that's attached with suction cups. And what this allows us to do is to look at the type of jellies that they're eating. Likewise, those camera devices will also carry a small time depth recorder so we can look at what depth they're actually taking these jellies. One of the things we've learned...
Weird day for the turtles, says Hannies. I mean, one of these turtles they've actually caught multiple times. Here. Let me find that part of Scott's talk here. But they gave him a name. It was a male turtle. There we go.
We're getting short on time. And now you might have heard about this animal. This is a survivor. This is Bumpy.
Bumpy.
Bumpy is a male leatherback that we first saw and caught and tagged in 2016. And then again, just recently, this last October, in October 2021. His name is Bumpy because his carapace is somewhat deformed. It looks like he has had a run-in with a boat or two over time, but he's survived the wounds, but his carapace is a little bit bumpy.
His carapace, not therapist, the auto closed captioning. Telling other turtles about their abduction stories and not being believed. I mean, this happened to this particular turtle twice, you know? Yeah.
That's the name. And these are his tracks. And you can see in these cases here, they're fairly similar tracks. It's great to see that Bumpy's still out there and able to survive this despite the plight of the population, although a little concerning that this last time he stopped transmitting in late March, whereas previously we got signals all the way into late July. So
I asked Scott about this, like, have you encountered Bumpy again? Well, this is back at the beginning of September this year. And he's like, nope, haven't seen him since. So, yeah.
We hope Bumpy is okay, but it's kind of an inspiration really to see one of these animals multiple times. Really interesting to catch the animal in the same place in twice.
Yeah, wild. They're such cool animals.
Learned about this population is that it's actually a meta-population. So some of the population is using foraging grounds over in the South China Sea, others in the North Pacific. Still others migrate off of Australia, New Zealand, as well as those that come all the way across the Pacific here to California.
Amazing.
Yet they're all...
Yeah, and they're related to the species that have a ball or spike for a tail. Oh, you're talking about, are you talking about ankylosaurs? You're talking about these guys? The ankylosaurs? So turtles are not related to them. No. So this is a kind of dinosaur. Ankylosaurus. It's one of the ankylosaurs, the armored dinosaurs. Not related to turtles. No. However, there is a weird kind of turtle that independently evolved similar structures. Myolania. So yeah, this was a kind of turtle that lived in Australia up until, I think, just a few thousand years ago. So this is not a dinosaur, this is a turtle. So this is, as a turtle, it's much more closely related to leatherbacks. So these guys are related to leatherbacks. They are a kind of turtle. Yeah. So yeah, a turtle with spiky tail. Yeah, pretty cool, right, Claire? Yeah. There's Myolania, and there's also Ningemis, whose name means ninja turtle. Ningemis. Let's see. Not as many illustrations of this guy, oddly enough. Or maybe Myolania was renamed Ningemis? Is that the case? I'm trying to remember. But yeah, this is a turtle. Ningemis. Yeah. Pretty cool. So, convergent evolution. These guys are not related to ankylosaurs. They're not related to dinosaurs closely. And yet they've independently evolved a similar... There's Victoria Arbor there. This is so funny because she works on the armored dinosaurs. And here she is, she's like, look at this turtle. This turtle is trying to be a dinosaur, you know? Yeah. That's so funny. She's one of the leading experts on armored dinosaurs, on ankylosaurs. She's like, look, everybody wants to be an ankylosaur, even turtles. Yeah, so cool. And why did they grow a carapace on their back? All turtles do that, Caradorian. Yeah, that's just a turtle thing. It's just what makes a turtle a turtle. Yeah. And big thick keratin all over here. So most turtles are like this. Leatherback turtles are weird and different. So Dermacheles. Yeah. They don't have that hard shell. Their shell is soft. There are little armor plates in the shell, but they form like a flexible lattice work. They don't have the big, hard, bony shell like pretty much all other turtle species have. Leatherbacks are unique. They're very special. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho, super cool. Such cool animals.
Part of the same population, and so we have this incredible connectivity. But in the Pacific Ocean, leatherback turtles are in really dire straits. The population is declining at about 6% a year.
Like I was saying.
Really, to recover leatherback turtles, we have to be able to provide protection in these other foraging areas as well as what happens here in California.
Yep.
All these people around the Pacific Ocean have a role to play if we do want to have leatherback turtles with us 40 years from now. It can be turned around, but everybody has to play their role in it to have recovery.
There you go. You can help choose seafood from fisheries that minimize bycatch. We talked about this yesterday with the Seafood Watch program. Reduce the use of disposable plastics and keep them out of the ocean. These guys they eat jellyfish, and you know what looks a lot like a jellyfish when it makes its way out into the ocean? Plastic bags. Looks just like a jelly, you know? So turtles will eat these. It's not good for them. A lot of leatherbacks have been found with plastic waste in their guts. Like they wash up dead on the beach, and sure enough, their stomach is full of these. So, yeah. Yeah. So Scott talks more about this right here. Yeah.
So leatherbacks there's a lot of threats to leatherbacks on land at sea. Direct harvest of eggs and adults on the beaches. There is one fishery for leatherbacks in the K Islands of Indonesia. It's kind of a traditional fishery where they use small boats,
Anyway, so that's not really a threat to them as a species. I'll give you again a link to this video, this whole talk by Scott Benson. It's really good. but honestly, as I'm guessing most of you are probably not going out and fishing for a living. You're not out there on a trawler or a purse seiner or a tuna boat or anything like that. Chances are if you're watching Twitch right now, you're not currently on the high seas. But there are still ways that you can protect these animals. And so I was talking about this at the end of stream yesterday. I'll talk about it again today. Seafood Watch is a wonderful program put on by the Monterey Bay Aquarium. The kinds of seafood that you purchase have a big effect on ocean health. And so if you want to make sure, like if you're going to be purchasing seafood, which I don't do, I don't know. I don't eat seafood. I know too much. But a lot of people eat seafood. And if you're going to do it, you can be responsible in the way that you choose it. And this website, seafoodwatch.org, if you want to bookmark this, look it up on your phone the next time you're buying seafood. So there are... Here, let's do a species search. Let's search for sea bass. Sea bass buying guide. Yeah, so things to buy or things to avoid. So avoid giant sea bass caught in California. The fishing practices associated with them are not good. They're depleting the oceans of their stock. There might be nets that might catch other critters like leatherback turtles, things like that. Avoid buying these if they're caught in California. Avoid European sea bass, also known as a branzino, farmed in the European Union, Egypt, or Turkey. There's bad stuff going on there too, so avoid those. Stuff like this, you know? So there's best choices, and then there's alternatives too. Yeah. So seafoodwatch.org, really, really helpful resource. If you want to do your part to help protect animals like leatherback turtles, making good choices about your seafood purchases makes a big difference. And Señor Gatos, hey, thank you. Muchas gracias por seguirme. Y bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Anyhow, I have those little booklets they hand out for free at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Nice, MCPTZ. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow, and turtles came up as an exception for having a weird respiratory system. Yeah. Silvo Truant says, "Why does everything have to be so complicated, even eating? We live in a complex world, you know." And it's so many things are like this, you know? Like, that's just kind of how the world is nowadays. With globalization, you've got these global supply chains, both for goods and for foods and things like that. And there's a lot of people on our planet. And just a lot going on, you know? We've got like 8 billion human beings alive on Earth right now. More than has ever existed before. Things are complicated. And there's a lot to pay attention to, and I don't know. What difference can one person make, right? I'm so excited about leatherback turtles because when I first really got into these creatures back in May, I realized, hey, I have a platform here on Twitch now. I have an audience. For some reason, people listen to what I have to say. And if I can help raise awareness about these creatures and get people excited about them, tell them how they can protect them, how we can prevent their extinction. You know, they've been around for 800,000 centuries. Don't let this one be their last. We can make a difference together, you know? If I can be part of that, it helps me sleep better at night.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And thank you, Murph, for gifting terribly. I appreciate it. This goes for
Murph gifted a tier 1
not just leatherback turtles, but also learning about the history of life on Earth and our place in it as human beings. learning about how life has developed on our planet. This long and storied history that goes back through the fossil record a few billion years. That's incredible, and I want everybody to know about this. The more that we learn about the world around us, the more that we learn about the history of life on Earth, I think that makes us better people. It makes us more informed consumers, like with Seafood Watch. It can drive us to help fight to protect ecosystems, our fellow living creatures on this Earth. I think the more that people learn, the more they care about things. And it's that kind of passion that I'm trying to share with the world, trying to instill that in other people, you know? I'm so lucky to have this platform here on Twitch. I'm so lucky that people get excited about this. People want to listen to what I have to say, and I want to use this platform for good to the best of my ability. It's thanks to good folks like Murph there, supporting these broadcasts, that this is possible. So, thank you for that. It's such a privilege to be able to do this full time, and I feel like the luckiest guy in the world being able to share science with all of you. You know, it's a dream come true, and I am deeply grateful for the opportunity. So anyway, with that having been said, it's past 6 p.m. here. I've got things I gotta do. So we're gonna wrap up today's broadcast. We will put a Deinonychus skull under our credits here. I hope to see you all tomorrow for Thursday Birds Day and a special spooky Loch Ness Monster stream. We'll talk about actual conservation of big rare aquatic reptiles like that. So big thank you to everybody who's about to be named in our credits. Good stuff. Rhacodactylus is on right now. Go read into Reiko. Who is a fellow scientist here on Twitch, cognitive scientist. He studies why people believe weird things, whether it's misinformation, urban legends, conspiracy theories, pseudoscience, stuff like that. He's trying to fight against these things, and I think he's doing a good job of it. So we'll go right into Reiko. Yeah. Thank you to everybody appearing on our credits, from new followers and raiders to subscribers and gifters and cheerers, the people that make these streams possible through their financial contributions. And thank you also so very much to the moderators. Claire Burr, Lenina, Mayor of Space, Charlie's Dragon, Patrick Pirate. I appreciate you all more than you know. Thank you for helping me do what I do here. We're going to go right into Reiko, and again, I hope you'll join me tomorrow. Thank you also for showing up for our very first interview in the new Fossil Finders series. So excited that this is off and running now. We had a great interview with Cary Woodruff, so special thanks again to Cary. And yeah, hope to see everybody tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Let's go right into Rhacodactylus.